Yung camera. Mic test. Check.
So, okay naman yung isang speaker. Check. 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 Testing 1, 2, 3.
Since the first Better Air Quality Conference in 2002, major cities throughout Asia, from Bangkok to Beijing, Delhi to Jakarta, Lahore to Manila, have grappled with the challenge of poor air quality, with the annual practice of agricultural burning also causing pollution to cross borders, creating heavy haze over many parts of the region. We all suffer from poor air quality effects of a changing climate, but it is the most vulnerable in our society who suffer the most. Clean air is essential for our communities to thrive and enjoy healthy lives. And with more people living in cities, more people are affected by high concentrations of air pollution. It is now vital to come together to implement science based solutions to achieve clean air and a stable climate for everyone. Over the past 2 decades, our understanding of air pollution has expanded significantly. We've gained insights into the major sources of various air pollutants and learned how the impact of fine particles affects our health. We have better understanding of how urban air pollution contributes to climate change and that local action can truly have global benefits. The fight against air pollution has risen to the forefront of national and local political agendas. More and more countries are taking a stand, developing air pollution prevention policies, while several states are implementing clean air plans that promise a breath of fresh air for all. But progress is not without its challenges. The international community, together with national and local government in Asia, are at a crossroads. Ambition must meet action if we are to prevent worsening and potentially irreversible effects of climate change. We must seize the moment, striving for greater reduction in urban air pollution while helping to keep the world's average temperature below 1.5 degrees. We understand the technical and financial solutions required to combat air pollution head on. By raising vehicle standards, we're paving the way for cleaner transportation. Through the promotion of active travel and efficient public transit, we are reimagining urban mobility. We're putting an end to harmful household waste burning while championing the rise of renewable energy sources and adopting less polluting industrial processes. Our purpose is clear. Since the first Better Air Quality Conference in 2002, major cities throughout Asia, from Bangkok to Beijing, Delhi to Jakarta, Lahore to Manila, have grappled with the challenge of poor air quality,
with the annual practice of agricultural burning also causing pollution to cross borders, creating a heavy haze over many parts of the region. We all suffer from poor air quality and the effects of a changing climate, but it is the most vulnerable in our society who suffer the most. Clean air is essential for our communities to thrive and enjoy healthy lives. And with more people living in cities, more people are affected by high concentrations of air pollution. It is now vital to come together to implement science based solutions to achieve clean air and a stable climate for everyone. Over the past 2 decades, our understanding of air pollution has expanded significantly. We have gained insights into the major sources of various air pollutants and learned how the impact of fine particles affects our health. We have better understanding of how urban air pollution contributes to climate change and that local action can truly have global benefits. The fight against air pollution has risen to the forefront of national and local political agendas. More and more countries are taking a stand, developing air pollution prevention policies, while several cities are implementing clean air plans that promise a breath of fresh air for all. But progress is not without its challenges. The international community, together with national and local government in Asia, are at a crossroads. Ambition must meet action if we are to prevent worsening and potentially irreversible effects of climate change. We must seize the moment, striving for greater reduction in urban air pollution while helping to keep the world's average temperature below 1.5 degrees. We understand the technical and financial solutions required to combat air pollution head on. By raising vehicle standards, we're paving the way for cleaner transportation. Through the promotion of active travel and efficient public transit, we are reimagining urban mobility. We're putting an end to harmful household waste burning while championing the rise of renewable energy sources and adopting less polluting industrial processes. Our purpose is clear: to reduce air pollution and protect the most vulnerable. The benefits go beyond just cleaner air. It's about thriving communities, safeguarding the climate, and preserving the very fabric of our world for generations to come. At this Better Air Quality Conference, Clean Air Asia, along with co-organizers, the Asian Development Bank and the Climate and Cleaner Coalition, are creating a space to develop partnerships, identify funding, and scale up real practical solutions. We want to raise the ambition and drive significant change in energy, industry, transportation, agriculture, waste management, and urban development. Through collective efforts, science based solutions, and concrete actions, we can improve air quality, protect people's health, and combat the climate crisis. Together, we will forge a path to a cleaner and healthier future for all. Join us to achieve clean air for health and climate in Asia.
Check. Mic test. Mic test. Check testing. Hello. Testing. Check. Mic test. Mic test.
Check, check,
Mic test.
check, check,
Mic test.
check,
Mic test. Mic test. Checking.
check, 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 check.
Mic test. Checking. Malakas pa rin. Test. Test.
Hello. Hi. Test mic. Test two. Hello, Tana. Can you hear me? You can
Yep, I can hear you.
unmute. All right. Great. Video. Can you turn
Yeah, I'm
on
just
your?
having trouble with my green screen. Sorry, the virtual
All
background.
right.
For some reason. Here, I'll show you.
Okay. Can you change your virtual background?
Yeah, but look at what it does.
Oh,
I don't know
you
how to
need
fix
to
it.
get closer. Hold on 1 second. Let me just see. Let me see. Oh,
There's a message that says a solid
your video
color-
setting, I guess.
Yeah, a solid color video background is required. Green color is preferred. How do I get a solid color video background?
How do you? Hold on 1 second. But you can hear us right here, right?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, good. Background and effects, and then
So I'm here now,
you
and then
select.
I've got virtual backgrounds. I've uploaded
Okay,
the
you have the
BHP
virtual
one.
background. Okay,
I
when you
just when I
select the
select it,
virtual
this is what it
background, just
does.
select none. Okay.
Is that
Hold on 1 second.
this is okay actually?
Oh,
Now it's
because
okay, but it's just
yeah,
picking up different things from the background.
yeah, it's because your background is also colored green.
No, it's not. It's just a wall.
Is it?
It's a wall with a window.
Yeah, but we can see it clearly though. Yeah. All right. But if you turn off your background, can I see?
Turn it off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because yeah, yeah, the color that reflects here is a bit color green, so
You can go like
it's
this. And that's better, but
let's see. All right.
it still does this filtering thing on my face.
Okay. Hold on.
I think this is okay. This is the best though so far.
Oh yeah, this one is
Yeah, right?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is okay.
Nice,
I
perfect.
won't change. I'll try not to change. I just have to sit at an angle.
Yes, this is perfect.
I seem to not smile. Just look.
Wow, you got a white.
My teeth.
Oh, okay. Yeah. For as long as you can hear us, it's fine.
Yeah, you're a bit soft, but I've put my volume to the maximum, but it's okay. I can hear you. As long can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just come closer when you speak. You just need to come closer so that yeah,
Okay.
better. All right, great.
Great. And then you can hear me clearly. There's no
Yeah. But you need to have a solid wall actually, a solid wall, not lighted wall. If you can
Okay,
have like.
I'll move around and see if I can find a solid wall somewhere without any
All right. Okay. Cool.
background. But
Yeah, we'll be on
but anyway,
standby.
for
No
this
worries.
audio, it's okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn it back on once.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Thanks. Be back.
Test. Hindi, dalawa lang yung panelists ko.
Dalawa. Si Wapsi.
Akin na yung isa. Test. Hindi, isa may isa pa. May isa ba exclusive na microphone? I'll just put it. You will use that one, right? Ito yung dalawa. And then this one is for the moderator. This is a moderator. That's yung dalawa lang yung chairs. Ito nasa left. Sir, you sitting here far left. Yeah. Test 1, 2, 3.
Since the first Better Air Quality Conference in 2002, major
Mic test. Testing. One. Testing. One, 2, 3.
Good morning, everyone. You may already start coming in inside the auditorium. We're about to start in a few minutes. Thank you. Again, may request everyone to please proceed inside the auditorium halls. The sessions are about to start in a few minutes. Thank you. evening, everyone. May I request you to please settle down. We're about to start the session. Thank you. May I request everyone to please kindly take your seats. We will start in 1 minute.
Hello. Good morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the conference. So if you can please take a seat and settle down. If you can please find a seat and settle down, and we'll get started. Good morning again to everyone. My name is Karma Yangzom, and I am the Principal Environment Specialist in the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department here at the Asian Development Bank. And I'm also serving as the focal person for air quality management within the bank. And to get us started, I would like to welcome our MC for the opening session, Ms. Glenda Bathan Batarina. She is the Deputy Executive Director of Clean Air Asia. Welcome, Glenda.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the 11th Better Air Quality Conference. I am Glenda Bathan Batarina, Deputy Executive Director of Clean Air Asia. I will be your host for this plenary session. We are truly delighted to have you all join us here at the Asian Development Bank for 3 days of solutions finding, knowledge sharing, and networking to achieve clean air in Asia, at the same time tackling the climate crisis. To get the conference underway, we're starting with opening remarks from Clean Air Asia and our partners for this year's BAQ, the Asian Development Bank, and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, a UNEP-convened initiative. First, let's welcome Mr. Bindu Lohani, Chairman, Board of Trustees at Clean Air Asia, to provide his opening remarks. Dr. Lohani is a former Vice President of the Asian Development Bank for Knowledge Management and Sustainable Development, and was a member of the ADB's management team. Before joining ADB, he worked for the government of Nepal and was the division chairman of the Environmental Engineering Program at the Asian Institute of Technology in Bangkok. He became chairman of Clean Air Asia in 2018 and has been leading the board and Clean Air Asia to new levels during this period. I call on Dr. Lohani for his welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, Glenda. Glenda is a veteran of the Clean Air Asia. I think we've been there forever, seen everything. Good morning. I want to acknowledge the presence of Vice President of the Asian Development Bank, Madam Fatima Yasmin. I also see Martina Otto, another co-organizer of the CCAC. I see my own CEO, Bjarne, very enthusiastic to get this going. I see Mark, who is going to give us keynote address. Somewhere here, from the C40. I remember Milag, we worked together. I can keep going. I think I see Saranjit Lay. I used to be in your BBC studio in Singapore. Many known faces, yeah, many good professionals. Kevin, what you looking? You should be listening to me, you know. Old friend for about 30, 40 years, and there are a lot of like that. And I really nice to see you back with this BAQ. We didn't have it for so many years. I'm glad you all came to make this event happen. It's really, I feel very honored to be in this auditorium. I've been here before in different capacity, this time as the chairman of the board of the Clean Air Asia, Karma. Thank you very much for making this happen. This is the 11th BAQ. Most of you might have attended all. Maybe Mark attended all from USCPA, right? I think, but I see many people who have attended many of these, including myself. So really, really happy to see. I'd like to welcome and once again to everyone. You know, I don't need to tell you to those who've attended and who will be attending in future. BAQ is the largest gathering on air quality in Asia. Still is, I guess, right? Bjarne still is the largest in Asia. We don't have another forum like this in Asia. So this covers all aspects of the air pollution, the transport side, the energy, the industry, agriculture, now climate change, but with a particular focus on government policy and finding new innovative solutions. So this forum's is always useful to finding new ideas, sharing new ideas, new ways of doing things in the sector. So as I said, it's been 5 years since we last met due to COVID. During this time, I think the world had changed. Even our lifestyle had changed, working patterns have changed. I remember during the COVID airport, the cities were very clean. Even in the city that I was living in, Kathmandu, clean, I could breathe, I could see clean mountains. So the world had changed. Looks like it's changing again, and we're going to have pollution like in Delhi and other cities once again. So this agenda needs really, in my opinion, serious attention. With the climate agenda now in mind, with the 1.5 degree commitment of the governments, at least they've made the commitment to have the 1.5, and the actions needs to be done more in future. I think our agenda on clean air and climate change is really a very, very important agenda. Now, over the past decade, if I remember right, the BAQ conference developed into a it really has developed into a key platform for regional air pollution solutions that will have also global impact. I hope that the solutions that we'll explore this week, 3 days of intensive work with so many sessions, it will really bring in some new ideas, new discussions, and it will tell us what new things we'll have to do to handle this agenda, which is going to be there for some time with us. As the chairman of the Clean Air Asia, on behalf of all the Clean Air Asia family, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to our partners. Partnership is very important in this business. Asian Development Bank through Karma, to Vice President Fatima. We'd like to thank ADB. We also like to thank CCAC, Climate and the Clean Air Coalition, for co-organizing this BAQ. Without this support, many support is needed, commitment is needed, and partners are needed to make something like this happen. And I think it's happening. It looks good as of now. I don't need to tell you back, and I'm an old timer like Mark, etc. We've been working with the US EPAs for so many years. Air pollution used to be simply an environmental problem. When I was teaching, I used to teach air pollution as an environmental engineering course. It's no longer that way. You know, we got a big agenda of air pollution and the climate change, and the air pollution affecting not only public health, it's affecting all other aspects that we in our life. And it's still shocking that with all the work that we have done in the air pollution, and still need to do, the data show the air pollution causes 7 million premature deaths globally. It's shocking, 7 million. People are still dying because of the air pollution one way or the other. And I was looking at one document this morning, because I woke up early. There's something called an Asian Transport Outlook. And that report said just in the year 2015, 1 year, and the 300,000 people had premature death simply because of the air pollution related to the transport sector alone. And it tells you, my God, there's so much to do. It's still happening. So when I think about 7 million people, that's a lot of people. A lot of people. There are so many countries which don't have 7 million people as their citizen. Just like wiping out the whole countries, or countries that we know in the Pacific and in the North. So in our Asia Pacific region alone, some of the data I've looked at it, I hope this data is correct, but I always take this data with if it is 2 million, it could be 1.5 or 2.5, doesn't matter. It gives you a picture. The Asia Pacific region still has nearly 2.3 billion people are exposed to the air pollution. That's a lot, 2.3 billion people. Madame Zhang from China, probably she's a good researcher. You probably have better data, but around that range, plus minus. She's a really expert. And that's a serious impact that we need to this BAQ, because after 5 years of gap in the BAQ, let's hope that we'll do very well. Our region is also vulnerable. I don't need to tell you, you've read everywhere, the IPC report, all reports are very vulnerable in this region. 60% of our population in Asia work in sectors like agriculture, fisheries, which are very, very vulnerable to the climate change. You can see the economic impact of the climate change on these already. You can see it in many, many countries needing adaptation, mitigations, or completely doing in a different way. So we are in the front line of the climate emergency, experiencing the effects firsthand at this moment. So Asia has to be very serious, in my opinion, because this region is also responsible for 50% of the greenhouse gas production. So we can't only complain about the global temperature rise, but we are part of that, and I think we need to take serious action. And I don't want to say more on this one. In fact, the success in many forums you might have heard, many literatures you've seen it, that the success of the failure of the battle against climate change largely depends on the action taken by the Asian countries now. Sure. And also some of the studies, including Asian Development Bank, says by 2050, the Asian economy will be more than 50% of the global GDP. So this is a region which really we need to be very, very serious in taking actions. But it's all not doom and gloom, not all negative. I think there are some positive signs. There is hope that it lies in realizing the co-benefits of reducing air pollution and mitigation climate change. It's become important agenda now. In the early days, we used to say air pollution is a co-benefit. Now I think it is really a core agenda by itself, as far as I'm concerned. And in addition to being a co-benefit, it is a core agenda by itself when you really see so much to do in this area. I'll just take some. Co-benefit is very easy to justify. If we just think of the SLCPs as an example, the short-lived climate pollutants. We know these are potent impact on the climate, and if we handle this, we handle both the air pollution and we handle the climate change. So this is really a very, very effective solution, a very effective nexus that we need to pursue very strongly. I believe we can unlock the significant co-benefits from saving life, safeguarding our health, generating new jobs. There are a lot of new jobs, clean jobs, in millions, which will be created. And I think it will also help fuel the economic growth of the country. Solutions, we have to find solutions. The conference is about finding solutions, as Glenda put it. I don't want to mention all solutions, but I want to mention a few. There's been notable strides in air quality management that have provided us with valuable lessons, an opportunity for progress for clean air and a healthier planet. Such as the advancement in air quality monitoring. Here I saw some exhibits outside, and clean technology. When I was studying back in 1973 in the United States, I think these equipments weren't there. We were very, very rudimentary equipment. Things have progressed. There are very positive signs. We can see so many, we can get real-time data, real information just in our cell phone at any time. But we need to be able to use this to make some precise decisions and take it further. We also need to leverage the clean technologies. I think the technology side in Asia, depending on the country, sometimes is not where it should be, in my opinion, and I could be wrong. But I always tell in my technology forum that the Asia needs to take the policy of what I put, adopt. If something is good, something great in Japan, like Omura-san is doing, or something in the US, it's like, take it, adopt it, shamelessly take it and do it. If you need to localize it, to make it adapted, make adapted. And if the existing technologies, we know in some countries are so bad, so old, they don't need to be there at all, completely throw out and leapfrog it. I mean, this is the mindset in technology that we need to have: adopt, adapt, and leapfrog. I'm sure there's a lot of that is applicable in the countries that I've seen and in the countries where we are, and we need to really take this thing very, very seriously. And it's a great opportunity, in my opinion. Effective strategies and policies are essential components of achieving our clean air goals. You know this, I know this. Therefore, we need effective urban planning. We say clean, green, livable cities. But the cities are not going to be livable if we can't breathe. I still have that kind of a slogan and that kind of a plan. I have seen urban plans, but the air pollution is still, how can it be livable if that is not there? So I think there's something to think for everybody, including multilateral banks, bilaterals, etc. When we mean livable cities, it's also breathable cities. That component is often missing in many, many urban projects. And policies are very, very essential, and policies are very powerful, as you know. You make certain policy, you can get a tremendous impact. Let me just cite one. For example, I think in 2010, if I remember, in 2010, this is the Asian Transport Outlook report, I think. I hope these guys have got the right data. If he's not, please blame them, not me. 2010, they say only 9% of the vehicles registered were in the Euro 4 or above, and above. And now they say it is close to 90%. So look at the policy. Once you make a policy like that, you've cleaned up so many things. You've made so many things that you already have the impact. I think the power of the policy is very important. And I was talking to Mark, we've been long in the business, so we're talking about the US EPA Air Pollution Act, the cost-benefit analysis. They did the great cost-benefit analysis of that act, which Asians don't do it. You have an Air Pollution Act, air pollution policy. What's the implication? What's the cost and benefits of that? And I think somebody reminded me that it is 17-1. I need to check that number, but I know it was positive. This was a very strong argument to get it approved by your Senate or Congress or whatever it is. So those kind of policy analysis of the policy is lacking in Asia. And I think we need to improve this further. Well, we all know the clean technology has emerged as a cornerstone of our efforts to combat air pollution and reduce greenhouse gas. Sound scientific data and technology should go hand in hand. And still in many of the countries, there's a shortage of data, reliable data. There's not enough money. Data collection, no donor wants to give money for data collection. So nobody wants to buy air pollution equipments, but you will give up on so many other things. But without those things, everything we talk is we talk. It doesn't have the viable data. So I think this area needs really serious attention. Frankly, I need very big funding support, which is not, as I say again, not popular to the donors, buying equipment, but needed. Hope the bilaterals could do more, hope the multilaterals could do more on this one. I can only suggest. I don't have power to give money anymore, right? So scaling up clean technology is important. They can offer a path to reducing emissions and improving air quality. We talk about replacing coal-fired power plant. Some of us remember the COP26 discussion, phase out coal to phase down coal now. I don't know COP28 what they will say. Maybe abatement is already acceptable, but in any case, there's some of the work that Cleaner Asia is doing, creating some good standards that will help the existing coal-fired power plant. I think is a good way, and we probably need to pursue. We'll see what happens in COP28. If you ask my view, I have my view. I'll reserve it. So electric vehicles, etc., EVs are going up. I don't need to tell you. But this could be, if only this is one area where the policy could have a very powerful impact. I tell my government in Nepal that most of our cars are imported. And by 2035, most of the cars would be electric. So it's very easy, in my opinion, for the government in Nepal, I see some of my Nepalese friends here, to make a policy by 2035, we will have all EVs, because we don't manufacture anyway. So such a straightforward policy, all the imported cars will be EVs. So my policy is like that. I think people sometimes need to be educated on these things very clearly. I also think one critical lesson learned is the importance of the community-centric approach. So this is something the Cleaner Asia is very good at, to air quality management. How do we get the communities involved in monitoring? It's the equipments we have installed in many places which monitors, gives you the data to your room. We are analyzing the index, et cetera, but community. How to get the community into, I think, empowering the local government. Local government has a major role in this. Not only say that is the Ministry of Environment or EPA which will collect the data, they will tell us what to do. No, the communities. It's affecting you every day. So I think we need to empower the local government to make more informed decisions. This approach not only, in my view, guides intervention, but also improves public health. It's a reminder that the impact of our action touches, at the end, the lives of the people on the ground. So if the local communities understand that, get involved, I think it'll get better. And finally, with my time, a few words on cooperation. This BAQ has been possible because of the cooperation of so many people, so many agencies supporting. I think, and I don't need to say this, the fight against air pollution has to be a collective effort. Just like we said, the climate, when we go to COP, we say, everybody has to be a part of the solution, otherwise we can't solve. And that is true. It's no longer this country, that country. It's everybody has to be a part of this to make it happen. So we need to do this. The international regional cooperation is very, very critical, pivotal. I think it's essential that we forge partnership that will cross the boundaries to unite in a shared commitment to a cleaner, healthier future. Financing. Getting money for climate is climate is becoming relatively easier. Although we always complain the commitments haven't been made, etc., but there is a lot of money. But money for air pollution is less financing. And I was thinking, so what can we do? So one of the things we used to do in the past, which probably I don't see much now, is we're not converting the impact of the air pollution on health, on et cetera, properties. We're not making an economic analysis of this anymore. We're not. I do remember doing a project here, and when I saw the economic impact of this air pollution to the community, to the city, so much, my goodness, it is much more than the cost. So the cost benefit was really, really attractive to the finance ministries, and they will get the money. So we need to create some of those analyses, just like I said, the cost benefit analysis, but policy. Just the environment ministries will make a policy, but no cost benefit analysis to demonstrate to the decision maker, to the parliament, to the Congress, to the finance ministries, that why this is a good project. Those analysis, I think, needs to be beefed up. There was a time this used to be done. I think somehow it's slowed down, in my opinion, at the moment. I may be wrong. So I really talking about cooperation, the international partnership with UNEP, the Climate and Clean Air Asia, C40, multilateral banks, bilaterals, US EPA, we used to be partners for a long time, and many others I see in the audience. I think this is needed. Please help us. Because we're the Climate Change Asia, and we will like to work with you all to make something happen. Finally, this BAQ provides a forum for the experts, policymakers. I see expert, I see policymakers, I see stakeholders to come together to share the knowledge, experience, innovative solutions. We need that. Please give us new ideas, new knowledge, so that we can take it further. It's a place where we can pool our collective wisdom, whatever wisdom we have. Someday it'll disappear, so please let's give it while we still have it. What we can learn from each other's success and failures. Where can we envision new paths forward? I think all these are very important matters to be discussed here. I'm sure the collaborative effort within these 3 days will have a very potential impact to shape the policies. And let's think of the new policies, new ways of doing the policies in future, drive technological advancement, and improve the quality of the millions of people. I really want to want you to have a very, very good stay here, good discussions, good parallel sessions, lots of knowledge sharing, and please educate Clean Air Asia even more so that we can do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bindu. May I now call on our next speaker, Bjarne Pedersen, Executive Director of Clean Air Asia. Since Bjarne took the helm of Clean Air Asia, the organization has tripled in size, reach, and impact across Asia. Our country offices have expanded under his leadership, and we will indeed be opening a new office in Indonesia in 2024. But before we hear from Bjarne, we have a short video on the theme of this year's conference.
Since the first Better Air Quality Conference in 2002, major cities throughout Asia, from Bangkok to Beijing, Delhi to Jakarta, Lahore to Manila, have grappled with the challenge of poor air quality, with the annual practice of agricultural burning also causing pollution to cross borders, creating a heavy haze over many parts of the region. We all suffer from poor air quality and the effects of a changing climate, but it is the most vulnerable in our society who suffer the most. Clean air is essential for our communities to thrive and enjoy healthy lives. And with more people living in cities, more people are affected by high concentrations of air pollution. It is now vital to come together to implement science-based solutions to achieve clean air and a stable climate for everyone. Over the past 2 decades, our understanding of air pollution has expanded significantly. We have gained insights into the major sources of various air pollutants and learned how the impact of fine particles affects our health. We have better understanding of how urban air pollution contributes to climate change and that local action can truly have global benefits. The fight against air pollution has risen to the forefront of national and local political agendas. More and more countries are taking a stand, developing air pollution prevention policies, while several cities are implementing clean air plans that promise a breath of fresh air for all. But progress is not without its challenges. The international community, together with national and local government in Asia, are at a crossroads. Ambition must meet action if we are to prevent worsening and potentially irreversible effects of climate change. We must seize the moment, striving for greater reduction in urban air pollution while helping to keep the world's average temperature below 1.5 degrees. We understand the technical and financial solutions required to combat air pollution head-on. By raising vehicle standards, we're paving the way for cleaner transportation. Through the promotion of active travel and efficient public transit, we are reimagining urban mobility. We're putting an end to harmful household waste burning while championing the rise of renewable energy sources and adopting less polluting industrial processes. Our purpose is clear: to reduce air pollution and protect the most vulnerable. The benefits go beyond just cleaner air. It's about thriving communities, safeguarding the climate, and preserving the very fabric of our world for generations to come. At this Better Air Quality Conference, Clean Air Asia, along with co-organizers, the Asian Development Bank and the Climate and Cleaner Coalition, are creating a space to develop partnerships, identify funding, and scale up real practical solutions. We want to raise the ambition and drive significant change in energy, industry, transportation, agriculture, waste management, and urban development. Through collective efforts, science-based solutions, and concrete actions, we can improve air quality, protect people's health, and combat the climate crisis. Together, we will forge a path to a cleaner and healthier future for all. Join us to achieve clean air for health and climate in Asia.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Better Air Quality Conference. It's been 5 long years for those of you who was at the 2018 conference in Kuching. Over the past decade, we have gathered to address the pressing concerns of air pollution and climate change in Asia. Our journey has taken us from various Asian cities, including Hong Kong, Accra, Yogyakarta, Bangkok, Singapore, Colombo, Busan, and Kuching, as I just mentioned. For the 11th BAQ, I'm thrilled to welcome you back to our home in Manila. Throughout this time, Clean Air Asia has grown from a focus on just air pollution to a more holistic approach, addressing the intertwined challenges of air pollution, climate change, and health impacts. This unique perspective, deeply rooted in the region, equips us with solutions that are perfectly attuned to the diverse challenges of Asia.
Building consensus among stakeholders is fundamental to our mission at Clean Air Asia. The BAQ conferences have proven invaluable in coordinating our effort, strengthening governance, and uniting communities in the pursuit of positive transformation that is indeed needed. BAQ serves as a cornerstone of our commitment to a cleaner air and sustainable future. Our theme this year, Ambition to Action, underscores our unwavering commitment to translating aspirations and solutions into tangible actions. The theme acknowledges that intentions, while good, are no longer enough or sufficient. The time has come to roll up our sleeves and make a genuine impact. Within the framework of BAQ 2023, we have set clear objectives: sharing knowledge, engaging in practical discussions, and advancing global, regional, national, and city-level initiatives. Our aim isn't just to discuss these issues, but to work towards solutions, foster effective collaboration, and drive substantial change. It's a call to unity, a call to learn, and a call to take decisive action. And decisive action and equity lies at the heart of everything we do. We at Clean Air Asia firmly believe that every community, but particularly the disadvantaged communities, deserve access to clean and healthy air and to be protected for the devastating impacts of climate change. By addressing disparities, we strive for a fair and sustainable future for all. It's vital to recognize the intricate nature of addressing challenges related to air pollution and climate change, and the critical need for collaboration. There is no one-fits-all solution for air pollution, even though common challenges exist. While many solutions are available or in development, the challenges actually lie in the complex implementation. This complexity underscores the importance of collaboration and innovative solutions. When we work together, we can turn ambitions into action and make a lasting difference to the lives of people across Asia. Over the next 3 days, we hope we'll have a productive and enjoyable conference. Again, we are grateful to the Asian Development Bank and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, who have co-organized this year's conference with us, Clean Air Asia. Finally, thank you to all of you for joining us in our fight to achieve clean air and a stable climate, and so making a lasting difference to the lives of people across Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bjarne. I would now like to call on ADB's Vice President for Sectors and Themes, Ms. Fatima Yasmin, for her opening remarks. Ms. Yasmin was the Senior Secretary at the Finance Division of Bangladesh's Ministry of Finance. She has more than 30 years of broad development experience, including in macroeconomic management, public sector, and fiscal policy reform, and trade and poverty reduction in government and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome VP Fatima Yasmin.
Thank you, Glinda. Distinguished guests, delegates, my ADB colleagues, a very good morning. I am delighted to welcome you to this 11th Better Air Quality Conference co-hosted by ADB, Clean Air Asia, and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. For over 20 years, ADB has been a proud partner of Clean Air Asia, which was established through our technical assistance project on Clean Year initiative for the Asian cities. We have heard that air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions are the twin challenges that threaten our climate, health, and our economy. Air pollution is one of the most urgent environmental health crises in the world. It affects 9 out of 10 people worldwide and causes about 7 million deaths annually, 70% of which occurs in the Asia and the Pacific. The health cost of air pollution is estimated at $8.1 trillion a year, which is equivalent to 6.1% of the global gross domestic product. Air pollution also disproportionately impacts vulnerable population, especially women, children, and the poor. Air pollution and climate change are closely linked. They share common sources, such as coal-fired power plants and diesel fuel vehicles. Therefore, actions taken to reduce air pollution can also reduce greenhouse gas emission and vice versa. The good news is that we have solution within our reach. We can adopt 25 clean air measures that have proven to be effective in reducing air pollution and greenhouse gas emission in the Asia and the Pacific. I, can summarize from what my previous speakers has said. We have technological solution. We have, we know that what are the effective strategy, what can be the effective planning and the policy. We heard about the need for cooperation and collaboration. We also know that importance of financing and commitment. My colleagues, they also mention about the need for analysis based on the quality data, also mention about the need for knowledge sharing experience and need for discussions. We know that all these are relevant for reducing air pollution. As the region's bank, ADB has set an ambition to provide 100 billion in cumulative climate financing from our resources by 2030. We are also increasing our support for improving air quality. In September 2022, we launched the Asia Clean Blue Skies program, which aims to scale up financing and capacity building for clean air solutions in our developing member countries. ADB has been recognized as one of the top global financiers for improving outdoor air quality by the State of Global Air Quality Funding 2023 report. However, we need to do more to mobilize public and private sector investments in the projects that have co-benefits the climate and the health. This conference is a valuable opportunity to join forces, learn from each other, identify new initiatives, and leverage additional resources for air quality. I hope you will make the most of your time here and translate our shared vision of blue and clean skies into concrete actions, as said by Dr. Bindu Lohani. 3 days of extensive discussion to find out new ideas and new solutions to have better air quality for the cleaner Asia and the Pacific. Together, we can create a brighter and healthier future for ourselves and the next generations in the Asia and the Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President Fatima Yasmin, for those inspiring words. Now let's hear from Martina Otto, head of the Secretariat at the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. The CCAC, together with the ADB, is a co-organizer of the BAQ 2023 conference. Martina has over 25 years of experience in environmental policy and program management. At the UN Environment Program, she has served in different functions, including heading UNEP's work on transport, bioenergy, energy policy, UNEP's work on cities, and now heading the Secretariat of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Martina Otto.
Thank you very much, Glinda. Distinguished guests, it's a real pleasure to be here today. And I would like to add to the warm welcome to this edition of the Better Air Quality, also from the side of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We're very happy to have teamed up with Clean Air Asia and the Asian Development Bank, and really a special thanks to the Asian Development Bank for hosting us here and the excellent cooperation. And the little movie reminded me that I actually have a long history with better air quality from my days when I was working on transport. So thank you for taking me back on memory lane as well. In this region, ladies and gentlemen, air pollution has been a priority for some time. If we look outside, we know it is an issue, and that's not to put this wonderful city on the spot, but it is a matter of fact. And as Dr. Lohani said, it's also comforting to know that if we do things, and obviously COVID was very radical, but very quickly we did see the blue skies again. So it means as well something to us. If we put our means to it in a different way than being forced by a pandemic, we can actually really do that. So in this region, we've had numerous local, national, and regional initiatives, even agreements to tackle this silent killer that does hit those that are already most vulnerable. But we also know that 99% of the world is breathing air that does not yet meet the new WHO guidelines. This is unacceptable, that the very act of breathing that keeps us alive makes us sick at the same time. We often cite the number of about 7 million premature deaths annually, which makes air pollution the most deadly of the environmental crises. But it is also a public health crisis because there are impacts on health and well-being much more widely, as air pollution does spur a myriad of diseases from asthma to lung and heart diseases. And the related impacts on our economies, with lost days at school and lost days at work, make it also an issue of sustainable development. We themed this year's edition of the Better Air Quality, Ambition to Action, Clean Air for Health and Climate, because we need to increase the pace and scale of action. And because linking with the climate agenda makes sense from a scientific, from a sector, and from a financing perspective. Pollution and climate change often share the same pollutants, drivers, and sources. We heard that already. The CCAC was really created to work at this very nexus by addressing the so-called short-lived climate pollutants. I was very happy to hear the term already. It doesn't go very easy over the tongue, but over the few days, we'll get really, really acquainted with that as well. Because these short-lived climate pollutants are super pollutants, sort of double agents that are harmful for both air and climate. And they include black carbon, hydrofluorocarbons, methane, and ground level ozone. At the CCAC, we are making the scientific case for action in a way that triggers action. We identify measures that are proven, actionable, and for the most also low cost, some even coming at negative cost, which means profit. And we issued regional assessments, and I was also happy to hear one already being cited here. The one for the Asia Pacific region did identify 25 priority measures across transport, energy, agriculture, and waste. And this really, it sends a strong signal. It's solvable. We know what to do, and it's doable. Nevertheless, we do face barriers to implementation, and here the CCAC offers a support system for countries. We do provide capacity support for integrated planning and policies. We convene sector hubs that forge a common vision and facilitate exchange of experience, and we sponsor transformative action projects across key sectors. And here we work very much with partners such as Clean Air Asia. We help catalyze finance, and here really takes us to the heart of the matter in this building as well. Only 2% of climate finance goes into methane, the second biggest contributor to climate change, and a real health hazard as well, and a hazard on plant growth. And only less than 1% of development aid goes into air quality management. Although it's such a good investment for both people and planet. We're working with different actors of the finance ecosystem on opening up new windows of finance, stitching together funding types, and looking into innovative financing mechanisms. And here I would like to really reference as well, and we will surely hear more from Mark on this, the importance of getting funding to the local governments as well, because they're in the front line. There's ambition, there is action, but what we need as well is making sure that the means meet that ambition and the action as well, be it with guarantees from central governments, be it through other means. And we are very, very glad because of this whole finance piece to this to have teamed up with the Asian Development Bank. And I think the impressive commitment that has been mentioned already is a really great start for changing these numbers that I cited. Less than 2%, less than 1%. And we're looking forward to the exchanges this week to increase the ambition, to accelerate action, to share lessons learned. This is invaluable, and actually I hope we have a very open debate about that as well, because we often learn most from the things that didn't go so well. We have a tendency to present what has worked really well, but if we dig deeper into why certain things haven't worked so well, we can actually do better collectively. And it's about community building, forging mutual understanding and doing the matchmaking, finding new allies in getting the job done. And these are all objectives that we strive to achieve with this meeting. At the CCAC, which is a partnership, we believe strongly in the power of partnership, and our air is a common good, and we have a common responsibility, so let's solve this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martina. I now would like to introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is the Executive Director of C40 Cities, whose aim is to ensure that C40 is equally focused on science-based climate action and political leadership for climate justice. C40 has grown dramatically in scope and ambition under Mark's tenure, and its 300 staff now support nearly 100 of the world's leading cities, representing around 700 million residents. Prior to joining C40 Cities, Mark was a director at pioneering engineering and design firm Arup, and previous to that role, he was a senior advisor to the Mayor of London. I am pleased to welcome Mark Watts, Executive Director of C40 Cities, to give his keynote speech.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here. I understand there are a lot of veterans of these conferences here. This is my first, so I'm really enjoying it so far. Just to give you, for those of you who might not know, C40 Cities, the organisation I represent very well, hopefully. Oh no, this clicker, maybe if someone else is controlling the slides, they can make them move. Because the clicker's not working. Imagine you are looking at a map of the world. There it is. map of the world. So the blue dots on there are the C40 cities. So despite our name, we're just under 100 of the world's megacities. So these are mostly cities, 3 million population plus, lots bigger than that. And what we primarily do, a bit as Martina was saying, bringing cities together to collaborate, to share both the stuff that doesn't work and the successes so that they can all move faster in tackling the climate crisis, the air quality crisis, and with a big focus on equity. You can see it there, when they collaborate together, this is a powerful force, directly representing over 582 million people, but taking the wider metropolitan area of these cities, getting close to 900 million people worldwide, and about a quarter of global GDP is created in the C40 cities. If we can have the next slide, please. This is going to be a test of my memory if the slides don't work. So, we're a climate organisation, but focusing on a wider set of actions to help tackle the climate crisis. You know, two big missions. We're certainly focused on tackling, reducing greenhouse gas emissions in line with what science says is necessary, so halving by 2030. But we put a particular focus on halving the use of fossil fuels within our cities by 2030, recognising we can't solve the climate crisis by just doing more of the good stuff. We've got to stop using the stuff that is killing us, oil and gas and coal. But equally importantly, our second mission is addressing the impacts and injustice of climate breakdown, and with a particular focus, therefore, on air pollution and trying to make climate much more of a health issue. And next slide, please, will show you the chair of C40, Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, someone who is very personally committed to tackling air pollution, as I'll talk about a little bit later. But particularly for him, coming from someone who's got into politics to achieve social progress, that we know that pollution hits the poorest and most vulnerable the hardest, as every speaker has quite rightly referred to today, and that's where our focus is in C42. Next slide, please. It is working now. Right, let's see. Let's test. It's not working when I press the button. We're seeing some success. If we can go back one, please. Have I made it go the other way now? We're seeing some success, and actually this is a rather conservative figure here, a 5% reduction in PM2.5 concentrations in C40 cities since 2018. I think actually most of that data is a one-year data, so a 5% reduction in 1 year. But certainly in some of our member cities, really dramatic reductions in a relatively short space of time. Beijing, where I was just a couple of weeks ago and experiencing it for myself, halved air pollution in a decade. New York, similarly, 40% reductions in 10 years. So we can see what is possible when there is a really concerted leadership at a local level and in some cases in partnership with national government. However, and I'm sure many of the people in this room are responsible for this data, nevertheless, despite all of that leadership, despite all of that collaboration, air pollution in nearly all C40 cities is at unhealthy levels. It's the bold red line at the bottom that is the World Health Organization air quality standard, and you can see in almost every city is above that. 415,000 deaths, premature deaths annually across those member cities, 365,000 annual cases of pediatric asthma as a result. These are shocking statistics that no matter how often we all repeat them, remain deeply disturbing and need to be addressed. Again, as other speakers have said, we really kind of see and work with our cities to demonstrate that air pollution, greenhouse gases, health, social justice, all very closely linked. Short-lived pollutions, increasing heating, such a big problem now as climate breakdown really starts to take hold in many of our cities. We're seeing real impacts on ability of people to thrive and survive and work. Ozone and PM2.5, increasing wildfires that are such a threat to many of the big cities around the world now, and of course pollution hitting the marginalised most hard. So we're a very data-driven organisation, so we're constantly tracking progress amongst our cities. Indeed, We don't have any membership fees to be part of C40. Cities it's an invite-only club of mayors and governors, and retaining membership is based on achieving leadership standards, based on hitting science-based targets on air pollution and climate change, as well as being very active within the network. So we've got a lot of data to see progress. All of these numbers here are in relation to the 97 members of C40. So 57 now citywide air quality monitoring, 23 procuring only zero emission buses. All of them are procuring some zero emission buses, 23 procuring only. Many actually, again, this is a quite conservative number. Most of our Chinese cities are already 90% plus electric buses, taxis, and a very big shift into cars. 20 cities expanding their electric vehicle charging station networks, 10 shifting away from polluting fuels for heating, 66, that's a low number out of 97, universal waste collection, one of our big challenges, particularly in the Asia region and Africa, to increase that number. And I think the one where we've seen the most change since the pandemic is now the focus on nature-based solutions. 23 at the moment, expanding green coverage in the cities. That number's going to go up a lot more the next time we produce these statistics. And a big focus for us is an expansion of air quality monitoring. So we've got the clear data, the ability then to engage public citizens within cities once we see a real clear pattern here. Once citizens know that the pollution around their homes, around the schools, where their children go, where their parents live is really bad, it changes public perception about air quality, it changes public attitudes to supporting strong action. This is something we're working very closely with our partners in the Clean Air Fund. I think Sean is here, I saw him somewhere over here, and indeed in a big new project that we're pulling together, Breathe Cities, which I know Sean will talk about later in the conference, but based on getting a standard of citywide air pollution monitoring in all of our member cities. Quezon City here in metropolitan Manila has been one of the cities leading in that approach. Lima, Rio de Janeiro, so all around the world, cities really starting to move on their monitoring and mapping. Here some diagrams of how this has been done in Quezon City. I think, interestingly and importantly, here Mayor Joy Belmonte, one of the leading, most active members within C40, has chosen to focus the air pollution monitoring on the least well-off, the poorest neighbourhoods, the most vulnerable neighbourhoods within the city, so that city policy then can be squarely focused where it's most needed, got the data to justify greater investment. Rio de Janeiro is using monitors to then enable bringing in a low emission zone within the city. Lima is particularly focusing that monitoring around children's exposure to air pollution. Once we've got that data, working with the cities to produce a comprehensive air quality plan for their city. This is Quezon City's Clean Air, Healthy Planet plan, which C40 has helped support, but the same thing in all of our member cities to then get that comprehensive link between the climate planning action and air quality. And of course, where that data, that planning then needs to lead to is really strong and robust action to reduce air pollution. I'm really proud to be a citizen of London because of what Mayor Khan has done now to extend some of the toughest vehicle emission standards in the world to the whole of metropolitan London. A 45% reduction now in dirty vehicles on London's road as a result of that groundbreaking policy, and indeed 95% of the vehicles within travelling now within the zone are compliant with the standard. That's a massive change in just a few years. I think it was 25–30% when the policy was first announced. We're seeing a lot of other cities around the world implementing similar type comprehensive air pollution, transport air pollution zones from Seoul to Barcelona. But as you can see at the bottom, there's a long list of cities now, 20 in total in C40, that are looking to follow that example in London. It's not easy, and indeed it's seeing particularly the London example. The ultra low emission zone expansion to the whole of metropolitan London became for a few months in Britain, the #1 political issue dominating all of the headlines. Most of Mayor Khan's allies, not only his opponents, moved away from the policy when public opinion started to shift. His poll ratings dropped dramatically. I'm very pleased to say that now the policy has been brought in and it's really working. Those poll ratings have gone right back up, and he's got a very strong popular support for the policy because it works. I think I need to finish up here, but just to note, not just the clean air zones, the expansion of public transport, and particularly zero-emission transport. I've just been in China. Extraordinary that almost every C40 city in China now has nearly fully electric bus fleets, taxi fleets, mopeds on the roads, and an incredible progress in terms of technology for charging, getting the charging times down now to almost as fast as going into a gasoline, a diesel recharging. And we're starting to see a shift also into ports and shipping. The first green shipping lane between Shanghai and Los Angeles is now being put in place. Singapore to Los Angeles also happening, and a few other cities not far behind. So I hope that's given you a quick run through why we certainly think in C40 city leadership is more important than ever in tackling air pollution, and why we're delighted to work with all the partners in the room to accelerate that action even further. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Mark, for speaking about the important leadership role that cities play in raising ambition and accelerating action for clean air. Our next speaker, Rosamond Adu Kisi Debra, is a clean air advocate and founder of the Ella Roberta Family Foundation. Let's hear her share her personal story and Ella's story in a video message.
My name is Rosamond Adu Kisi Debra. I am the WHO Breathe Life Ambassador, and I'm the founder and executive director of the Ella Roberta Family Foundation. This was set up after my late daughter died from a severe asthma attack. Ella was very similar to a lot of youngsters in London. We have 250,000 children between the ages of 5 to 19 who have asthma. Luckily, she wasn't born with asthma, but she suddenly became ill 3 months short of her 7th birthday in October 2010. Initially, we didn't think it was asthma, although she was having hypoxic seizures. But I think after being in a coma in 2010, the tests in 2011 showed she had life-threatening asthma. Ella had her first inquest in September 2014. The conclusion there was, obviously, she died from respiratory failure, but they also found that her triggers, which were not known during her lifetime, was due to something in the air. Subsequently, we investigated where we lived, and something in the air ended up being air pollution, which was from the South Circular. The South Circular is one of the busiest roads in the UK. It has hundreds and thousands of lorries, cars, buses, everything going through every day. And what the coroner concluded, that if it wasn't for the illegal levels of air pollution on the South Circular, not only would Ella not have got asthma in the first place, she wouldn't have died on that fatal night. Because on the 14th of February 2013, air pollution at that time was the highest it had ever been. Since then, actually, on my journey investigating air pollution and the impact it actually had on my daughter, I actually then learned about the impact of air pollution on millions of children worldwide. I have to admit, that wasn't known to me, the environmental cause of it. The coroner concluded in the second inquest, he had 3 recommendations really, and they could apply to any government everywhere. The first one was that WHO limits should be a minimum requirement. And his message was very clear to the UK government, but that could be applied everywhere. Unless you clean up your air, children like Ella, and what he meant by that is children who live near busy roads, they will continue to die. And it's a very sad case that in the UK, especially in London, the number of children who die from asthma remains unchanged between 8 to 12. Luckily, during COVID, probably the only positive thing about COVID, during the first lockdown, for the first time in the UK, no child died from asthma. We noticed that NOx went down at least 50%. Unfortunately, PM2.5 remained constant, but that alone meant no child died. The second recommendation, and the coroner was very clear about it, when it came to general knowledge amongst the public, it was incredibly low. So there were brilliant schemes, but this wasn't known. And the other thing he concluded was that monitoring is woeful. And that's something I tend to look at every now and then. Who is monitoring air pollution worldwide? And it's not a pretty picture. There needs to be more monitoring. And what the coroner advised as well is public authorities need to let their people know what they are monitoring rather than just put in schemes. And the third one, recommendation, and probably one of the most important one, was everyone in health. The coroner felt undergraduate, postgraduate, everybody involved in health needed to know about air pollution, because during Anna's lifetime, we never got to the bottom of her triggers. And now that we know, according to WHO, between 7 and 9 million people die worldwide, this is something everybody in health, policy, finance, everyone needs to get to grips with this. We call this a natural health crisis rather than a climate crisis. Why do I say a health crisis? Air pollution impacts every single organ in the body. So we know cardiovascular, we know strokes, 20% of strokes are down to air pollution. We know some types of cancers like lung cancer, 30% of lung cancer now in the UK is down to air pollution. It's been linked to suicide, depression, low sperm count, and the latest one is cognitive decline, which in other words is dementia. So they have found black carbon on patients' brain, and not just on patients' brain. We now know in pregnant women, they found black carbon in the placenta. So what we know about air pollution is that it impacts us from the beginning, from the cradle, all the way to the grave. And it is important that, public authorities, they have, governments have a duty to their citizens, and they must clean up the air. Look, it's been documented now, the impact of air pollution. And we keep on mentioning the figure 7 million again and again. It's now time for action, I'm afraid. I think I am going to call upon governments, public authorities everywhere. The coroner was very clear. We need to monitor it. And also, we need to lower emissions. We all know that the black carbon comes from fossil fuel, it comes from wood burning, and in some countries, we know it comes from coal. We know where all the sources of air pollution are. This is no hidden secret. What has held this back is, up until Ella, and she still remains the only person to have air pollution on her death certificate. And I have inquired with scientists about this, and this is because, as we know, it is mixed in with gases and things like that. So it's not clear cut. But we don't really need any more deaths. The evidence, there's over 70,000 studies linking air pollution to health. We already know this. So I think governments need to run public health campaigns. They need to bring in schemes. I don't think it's a case of just bringing in schemes. As the coroner said, there is a low level. So it's up to governments to do public health campaigns, very similar to smoking. Because what we generally say in London, studies have been done, and air pollution is equivalent in hotspots, similar to passive smoking, 10 to 15 cigarettes daily. Now that should serve as a warning. We all know the impact of tobacco on health, and air pollution is no different. Unfortunately, I must say, the government, and I mean the UK government, did not take this seriously enough. They brought in an Environment Act, and what still pains me till now is the worst pollutant, the one that impacts health, particulate matter, They left it out of the Environment Act. And that's why now in the UK, we are really campaigning for Ella's Law. And Ella's Law will be significant if it passes. It has already passed the Houses of Lords, but Ella's Law is unique in that it looks at both outdoor air and indoor air as well, because 90% of our time, and COVID was a reminder, we spend it indoors, and we need to be concerned about what we're breathing indoors. A lot of people don't feel they have control about outdoor air, but they can certainly do something about indoor air. So please support Ella's Law. Thank you.
Thank you to Rosamond. Thank you to Rosamond for sharing Ella's story as well as her story and her call to action. Coming up is a panel discussion to hear the responses and perspectives of representatives from different sectors to the urgent calls for action by our keynote speaker, Mark Watts and Ms. Rosamond. Moderating this panel discussion is Sharanjit Lail, who is a former top international moderator, who is a former producer and presenter for the BBC. She anchored and produced Asia Business Report and Newsday from the channel's Asia Bureau in Singapore, and also presented several BBC World News programs in London. Before I call Sharanjit to the stage, I'd now like to call the panelists to come up on stage. First is Heather Adair Rouhani, Acting Head for Air Quality, Energy and Health of the World Health Organization, and Professor Zhang Shichu, Professor Environmental Economics of the College of Environmental Sciences and Engineering of Peking University. And joining us online is Tana Sullivan, Group Head of Sustainability of the GoTo Group. I'd now like to call on Sharanjit to moderate the panel.
Thank you so much, Glinda. And it is so wonderful to be back here in Manila, in the beating heart of the Asian Development Bank, talking about one of the most important issues. As you heard, there is a real tragic and human cost from air pollution. And Rosamond's story about her daughter was extraordinary. And this is what we're here today to talk about. And it's wonderful to be with these esteemed panelists. Of course, we've got the World Health Organization. We've got a renowned academic. We've also got Tana, who's joining us via webcam from elsewhere. And she's an industry leader when it comes to sustainability. So we have 25 minutes to get through this conversation. That's really not enough about an issue that is so important, as you've been hearing this morning. So let's start with you, Heather. Of course, as acting head for air quality, energy and health from the World Health Organization, tell us a little bit about your thoughts of what you've heard this morning, because there were some powerful stories. There were also some extraordinary hope. As we've heard, there has been a lot of progress. There are technological solutions. But of course, your perspective is one from the WHO, which has set those air quality guideline values, which are really health-based goals that many of us here in Southeast Asia and around the world should achieve.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for hosting me and having me here. So as we heard, it's really hard now to follow up with Rosamond and Mark. This was a fantastic. I mean, my job is almost done to say that they really understood the health impacts associated with air pollution in of itself. Quickly, like, there we go. Oh, no. Well, basically,
I think we want to get some slides up. Is that correct? There we go.
One more.
We've got it.
It's gonna come. Well, I won't take any more time. Oh, darn it. There we go. Okay, so we heard 7 million deaths. 7 million's huge. We're talking about the population of Singapore, population of Hong Kong. This is a huge number of people. But really, that's actually just part of it, right? Because actually, this is only the amount of deaths associated with particulate matter, which we heard from Rosamond. But there are other deaths associated with methane and other air pollutants in the air. But what's also important to consider is the fact that many of the diseases associated with exposure to air pollution create a large amount of disability, right? These are people living with labored breaths each and every day. They're struggling. They already have, many of the people in low and middle income countries particularly in the Asian region and others in African, they already have struggle access to get health care in these things. Think about having labored breaths to get to school. They can't go to the job. They can't have a normal life. So there's a large burden associated with exposure to air pollution that we tend to overlook. It's not just about the deaths. It's about the constant disability that the individuals, 99% of the world populations are being exposed to. Some of the diseases we see, these are not little diseases, they're stroke. As we heard, this is an important cognitive issue. Heart disease, people, again, struggling each and every day to make it. We have lung cancers, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, pneumonia, asthma. These are all diseases that really hit each and every person every day. It's hard to live with these diseases. Just alone in the Western Pacific region, there's 2 million deaths. Then we count the Southeast Asian region, millions of deaths associated there too. So it's really important that we tackle this at a very early stage so that we can prevent this disability, to prevent these diseases from the onset in the first point. Public health is about disease prevention, and this is what we're trying to do by cleaning up the air. So as an epidemiologist, I'm going to give you a very quick crash course in epidemiology in terms of this environmental pathway, because this is really important with the air quality guidelines. As we heard from Mark, we heard from Rosamond, that we really need to be attacking at the sources. But to know those sources, we need to really look at the environmental pathway. We need to know what are the sectors that are causing emissions. Is it road, transport? Is it household? Is it waste burning, et cetera? And what are those levels of concentration that we need to be thinking about? And how does that translate to exposure? How much is that actually causing the population living in and around? We heard from Rosamond how important it is to be sitting because of the heavy amount of traffic, all these cars, lorries going by over and over again. This is really increasing the mass amount. So we need to see this exposure. This is where we need to intervene importantly. Then we look at the dose, and we look at how this actually impacts the specific disease outcomes. So we look at these pneumonia, these asthma, lung cancer. So this is how we know, this is where we're getting the 7 million deaths from. But this is also important for us to know where we, as a community, for collective action, for a collective problem like air pollution, need to intervene. So we, at WHO, we come up with these air quality guidelines, which have been referenced a lot. And these are very, very let's say, robust guidelines. They took about 5 or 6 years, the most recent ones that came out in September 2021 to come across. We pull all together the top scientists and epidemiologists in this world together to look at the various health evidence, and they provide some specific guidance for policymakers to really push through. They provide the standards for countries and cities to use, and then we pull these evidence to actually give concentration values for six pollutants in the current ones, where we can actually drive policymakers saying, you need to get to this 5 micrograms per meter cubed to find particulate matter, or those for carbon monoxide. We have some for sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, coarse particulate matter, as well as ozone. Critical pollutants where we can all take steps and measures to really impact them. As we saw, we can see a reduction in traffic in the London world, in the London community has really made an important reduction. So we're going to hopefully see that translated in actually health improvements. In addition, these guidelines are very important because they give the health voice. They give the health argument. We all can feel and can associate ourselves with what it feels like to live with labored breaths. This drives us. This drives policymakers to make action. And we trust our doctors, our clinicians, our nurses, our midwives. We need to give the health voice to actually drive action for the health argument. So that's what these guidelines do. They really give policymakers the evidence needed to drive policy in different sectors, as well as it gives the health community a voice to really be heard and to drive the science behind the policy that's needed. And then in addition, it gives us all, as we heard, we need to actually also use our doctors, our clinicians to be speaking to the patients so they can actually also have a voice to drive the policy. We need them to be driving the elections. There's the people actually electing the policymakers, so we need this general population to know, and to know what it is, the health risks associated with air pollution, and what it can do. This is why it's important that we actually get our clinicians, our nurses, and our doctors to understand and speak to their patients to say, where are you living? And taking down and monitoring what are the levels that you're being exposed to so that you as a citizen can actually have your voice heard.
Thank you, Heather. That's right. I think that deserves applause because there's so many solutions there of how we can tackle this enormous problem. And this is where I come to you, Professor Zhang, next, because obviously, Professor Zhang Qichu, you're an academic, you're an eminent expert as well at the national and city governments on air pollution, Professor of Environmental Economics from the College of Environmental Sciences and Engineering of Peking University. We'd love to hear your thoughts now. I am struck by the fact that, of course, Mark mentioned that Beijing managed to halve its air pollution in a decade, which is extraordinary. And many of the C40 cities in China are so far advanced when it comes to electrification of their transport system. So tell us about the solutions, because there are many solutions to fix air pollution, and what's needed to try to bring those solutions to scale so we can all benefit from it. Professor Zhang.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you all. Yeah, I think that whenever we talk about is there any solutions for fixing the air pollution, we always say the short answer is yes, of course, that because in this reason, many cities and countries, they made a lot of efforts to generate a lot of experience that can be learned by others. As you have already mentioned, that China used the last decade to recover of the air quality. So I would like just to share some of this kind of strength. Okay. All right. Talking about the solutions, I think every country has their own experience. As I mentioned, that I just try to tackle down about China's efforts. This slide just simply shows the upgraded policy frame of China for we call the fight for the air pollution, which covering capacity building, mitigation measures, and legislation and policy tools, and all the supporting measures, including monitoring, supervision, evaluation, and financing financial instruments, etc. It turns out during the past 10 years, over 50 to 60 concentration of the PM2.5 has reduced during the past 10 years. And also, it helps China to finally hit the turning point of decoupling. And you can see from the slides that the number of vehicles and the GDP grows dramatically, but at the same time, the emission of pollutants and also the intensity of energy reduced significantly. And people will talk about how we are going to find the priority areas, or what would be that. In China, of course, it should take the evidence-based measures. And Professor Zhang Qiang from Tsinghua University, I think he should be somewhere in the conference room. They conduct a very comprehensive assessment that their results shows that from the effectiveness point of view and the health benefits point of view, they found out that in China, strengthening the industry emission standards, upgraded industry boilers, phase out the out-of-date technologies and the industry capacity, promoted the clean fuel at the residential areas played very important role for improve the air quality in China. And this morning we hear from Bindu, Biani, Matt, everyone talk about how to bring the air pollution to the scales. I think there are many ways to address those kind of issues, including, but not limited to, climate change, poverty alleviation, social justice, etc., etc. But I would like to focus here is that we can clearly have a lot of evidence showed by academic society that the synergy effects of the air pollution control and climate change. That is also showing in these graphs. And also, I would like to also focus on not only the synergy effects are existed by both strengthening the carbon neutrality targets and and air pollution policies, but also we can clearly observe the restructuring of energy mix, restructuring of the industries. At the same time, we clearly observed technology innovation taking in place in China, at least in some so-called polluting industries. That is something very big and need to be taken into the consideration. And in addition to that, as Heather has already mentioned about how significant of health benefit would be if we are really fighting the air pollution. Some of the studies has already also demonstrated the huge health benefits it generated from the past experience in China. Dr. Xue Tao, Professor Xue Tao from Peking University, he also had at least two papers to evaluate how large of the health benefits will be in China, for example. And based on his assessment, that in the year 2013, the premature deaths due to the long-term PM2.5 exposure would be 1.2 million in China. And in the year 2017, that's 5 years later, those annual premature deaths reduced to 1 million. That means 200,000 premature deaths risks being saved. And in addition, that also implies about 1% of GDP on the healthcare expenditure can be saved. A recent study conducted by our research group also shows if China decided to strengthening the air quality standards, that implies about at least 1 to 4% of GDP health benefit will be generated. My last slide will show you that whenever we talk about air pollution or environmental solutions, the very simple, very important question need to be answered, that why we do it, who is going to do it, and what to do, and how to do it. Those are all the big, simple questions need to be answered. But I think that some of the lessons do generated from China's experience I would like to share this morning is that we need to further promote the science-based decision and policy-making process because they are the foundation for policy-making. And also, I would like to address both the strong political will from the government and community willingness. Both of them are equally important. In that also implies information disclosure, public participation is so important to combine the bottom up and top down. And the third point is that the long-term perspective and integration of policymaking is very important because we know the communities and enterprises, they need to have a long-term expectation for the future. That also implies the technology innovation could happen during this time. And also, I would like to address the air quality improvement strategies need to be under the overall umbrella of sustainable development. And as Bernie has also mentioned that no one policy can solve all the problems, that one of the critical lessons learned by China is how to combine the various policy measures and supporting policies to serve as institutional context to make all the policy tools can be effective. Of course, the last point I would like to mention that there are still a long way to go. I think we need further concern about whether we can find the least costly solution, and we need to conduct the distribution effects. As this morning has already talked a lot about the environmental justice And most importantly, we need to think to find the right incentives for not only the enterprises and the community, but also for the various levels of the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Zhang. Absolutely. Really some great examples of how China has managed to obviously have the right technological solutions, but as you say, also have the real political will to enable this to happen. So some really successful examples there that could be replicated elsewhere around the world. Now I'd like to move on to Tana Sullivan now, who's been listening to us very patiently online. She's the group head for sustainability at the GoTo Group. GoTo is a founding member of the World Economic Forum Alliance for Clean Air, alongside big companies like Bloomberg, Google, IKEA, the Mahindra Group, Wipro, amongst others. Tana, I'm hoping you can hear everything we're saying here, because it's really crucial to hear from an industry perspective as well. We've heard from the WHO, from Heather, we've heard from an academic, a leading academic and expert on really the solutions that it takes to really scale up some of the issues. But tell us about how the private sector is really raising its ambitions and increasing action on clean air to achieve its public health and climate goals as well.
Thanks so much, and I hope you can hear and see me okay on your side. I'm so sorry.
Yes, we're hearing and seeing you clearly.
Brilliant. I'm going to get close to the microphone, so you're going to get my face even more up close and personal. But look, thanks so much for having me and for your question too. We've heard some great insights, perspectives, challenges, solutions from the other speakers. I wanted to share a little bit about our experience as industry trying to implement some of these changes in practice and what it really looks like and what we've been able to learn so far. As you mentioned, we are one of the founding members of the Alliance for Clean Air. We provided input into some of the standards that were released at COP27 to quantify and measure air pollution emissions for industry. And we were very proud that this year we were one of the first to actually publish that and disclose it in our annual ESG report, alongside many other of the factors contributing to our overall emissions inventory every year. We know this is a journey for us. As mentioned, we are a technology company, which means we're very asset light. Almost 85% of our inventory comes from the 2.7 million drivers who own their own vehicles operating on our platform every single day, facilitating orders across food delivery, logistics, transport, and so forth. And so that makes up the bulk of our inventory every year. To shift that, to help reduce air pollution overall, what's being emitted from our operations, direct and indirectly, is an extremely difficult challenge for us, alongside making sure that the right regulatory environment is in place so it's not just us who at this point in time are voluntarily making those transitions, but also for the rest of industry to follow as well. It requires a lot of heavy lifting, both from a regulatory and industry perspective. And so for us, on top of just having done the first year of calculating, accounting for, disclosing our air pollution emissions inventory, we're also now being able to focus on exactly what the biggest sources in our inventory, our ecosystem are, and then coming up with solutions to try and shift that. And so that includes, there's three approaches that we've taken. One is we are shifting all vehicles on our platform to electric vehicles. We are working on the upstream side with State Grid and other power players to ensure that also the energy that's being consumed to charge or swap those EVs are actually renewable energy powered. On top of that, for our direct operations across the country, we're now 100% renewable energy powered as well. And then also from the downstream side, waste to landfill. So trying to reduce and eventually eliminate the amount of waste going to landfill from our direct and indirect operations. Because, by the way, we also have an e-commerce business where we're deploying around 1 million packages a day in Indonesia alone. And so it's a huge task we have ahead of us, monumental, you might say. But being able to be part of implementing some of the first set of standards to quantify air quality emissions has been an incredible leap forward for us, because now we can actually not just account for it, but also really kind of be transparent about the progress that we're going to be making every single year, because that's a commitment we've made as part of the alliance, and one we hope to continue to be able to share kind of our learnings and challenges with other industry players, so that hopefully they can also leapfrog some of the mistakes that we might make along the way.
Thank you, Tana. That was fantastic. Really great to hear what GoTo Group is doing in terms of reducing the carbon footprint. Some real strides there made by your group, which one hopes is being replicated industry-wide amongst many others in the private sector. And we've only ultimately got 2 more minutes left in this session. And, you know, as has been mentioned, there's so much more we can do to really tackle this enormous issue. I'm sure many of you have many questions. Unfortunately, we won't have time to get to those questions this time around, but do take advantage of the coffee breaks, the lunch breaks, and the various events we'll have to ask questions. Please come to Heather and Professor Zhang, and if you want to get in touch with Tana, to ask them questions about what they're doing to really try to improve the situation. And before I leave you, just some other things that really stuck out at me from listening to all the experts this morning, all the extraordinary speeches. VP Fatima mentioned that the health cost of air pollution is a staggering $8.1 trillion globally per year. That is incredible. It is a staggering figure. It needs to be brought down. And yet from Martina, we heard that less than 1% of development aid actually goes towards better air quality. So these are 2 statistics that are really stark and show a huge contrast about, you know, basically what needs to happen next so that we can really achieve better air quality, not just for Southeast Asia, where we all live, but also for the rest of the world. So I hope you all have a very constructive 3 days ahead for this incredible conference, and I hope many more solutions are put forward to try to tackle this enormous challenge. I'll throw back to Glinda now. Thank you so much, Glinda.
Thank you so much, Sharanjit, and to our panelists for a very enlightening discussion. And I just have a few, before you go to break to coffee break, I have a few, I guess, information for you about what will be happening at in the conference. So there will be breakout sessions in the afternoon at 2 p.m. And we actually have 5 tracks today. Track 1, Urban Development and Transport. Track 2, Industry and Energy. Track 3, Agriculture, Waste, Household Energy and Other Sources. We have a spotlight on Track 4. And Track 5, Regional Cooperation for Clean Air. And Track 6, Spotlight 2. The agenda is flashed on LED screens outside of the auditorium. Coffee break is until 11 a.m. Please come back for our next interesting plenary on national solutions for clean air. We invite you to poster pitch sessions in front of the Innovation Hub near the spiral staircase to the right during the coffee breaks. And tonight, invite you all for the cocktail reception at the ADB Staff Hub at 6 p.m. Thank you very much to all our panelists. Thank you to Sharanjit. And please do have your coffee break outside of the auditorium.
Low, 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 low. Hello, hello.
Sound check.
Hello,
Sound
sound check. 1, 2.
Hello. Hello.
Low, low.
Hello. Sound check. Hello.
Nasa? Nasa? Thank you, sir. Oh, hindi kaya yan ng pansot eh.
Test 1. Check. 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 Test. Parehas naman.
The sessions are about to start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Again, the plenary session is about to start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to please be on standby. The opening plenary session is about to start in 3 minutes. Thank you. May I request everyone to please proceed inside the auditoriums. The second plenary session is about to start. Thank you. Once again, we request everyone to please proceed inside the auditorium. The second plenary session is about to start. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated so we can begin our next plenary session. Our host for the plenary session is Program Manager of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. I call on Stephanie Chan.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our participants who are here with us today in person as well as virtually. Welcome to the Better Air Quality Conference plenary session on solutions at the national level to achieve clean air for health and the climate. My name is Stephanie Chan. I'm a program manager at the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, and I will be your MC for this session. This session will showcase successful clean air solutions implemented at the national level, the success factors and barriers, how these solutions helped achieve multiple development goals, and how they could be scaled up and accelerated to meet the WHO guidelines. We are joined today by esteemed panelists and speakers who will tackle this topic. To officially open the session and provide recommendations for an integrated approach to air quality and climate change mitigation, let's welcome Martina Otto, who spoke just now, head of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition Secretariat. Martina, please.
Thanks very much. And here I am getting a second chance to address all of you. And I alluded to the interlinkages between climate and clean air in my welcoming remarks already, but this session does provide an opportunity to dig a bit deeper. And just to recap, we heard that air pollution is one of the greatest environmental health risks. It is a question of equity and equality as well, because we do not all breathe the same air. And it's a problem for our economies as well. And looking at not only the numbers for GDP, but really what it means for development. We talk about cognitive problems and so on. This is really not investing in cleaning up the air, means not investing in our youth and in our future. And this means as well, speed is vital in reducing air pollution. Lives are being lost daily. The sooner the harmful emissions are cut, the better for us all. Speed is also crucial in the fight against climate change. And I want to add a bit more to this intersection between both topics. The planet has already warmed more than 1 degree Celsius. And according to the International Panel on Climate Change, risks and projected adverse impacts from climate change do escalate with every increment of global warming. And I keep saying it's actually, if we compare it to the human body, and we have a little bit of fever, we still function, we're sort of okay, it rises, it goes up, feel more and more crappy and are not really good. And at +3, system shuts down. And that's what's happening to the planet. And that's what we have to avoid. And that's why it's so important to take action right now to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, because this is the tipping point, sort of, where we see a lot of things unravel that we may not be able to turn back on. And the only way to avoid passing this threshold is by reducing short-lived climate pollutants, alongside the rapid and deep decarbonization, obviously. And I wanted to say a bit more about this very special breed of super pollutants, because they're an air pollutant, they're air pollutants. One, they have a higher global warming potential than CO2, and they're staying in the atmosphere a much shorter time, from days to decades. And that means the action on SLCPs will bring near-term warming benefits. And that means we bend the curve earlier, and we need that as we're already engaged in more warming. And I wanted to add another element to this that we haven't heard as much about yet, and that is air pollution does affect plant growth. So it's not only bad for human health, it's also bad for the planet. And that leads to ecosystem damage, it leads to biodiversity loss, but it also has an impact on crop productivity, and that means food security. So I think there is a real pressure point that we need to look at. And I want to pick out one, and that is methane, because that is now on everybody's radar, thanks to the global methane assessment that the CCAC did, but also the political commitment that was triggered by that, the global methane pledge. So there is political commitment out there. And it was about time, as it's the second most important GHG after CO2. It's responsible for about 30% of warming to date, or actually, if you look at net warming, it's actually 45%. It's 86 times more potent over a 20-year period, and it stays in the atmosphere for about a decade. And that means if we do take action today, we will reap those benefits, reduce the need for adaptation mid-century. But it doesn't exempt us, as I said, from taking also action on carbon, which accumulates in the atmosphere. Methane is a precursor to ground level ozone, which is harmful for people's health, and we heard that from Heather earlier today, and it inhibits plant growth, the process that I just described. And this means if we act on these short-lived climate pollutants, we have an opportunity to achieve both local health benefits and climate change mitigation by designing such integrated strategies that do act on both topics. And globally, it's been estimated, and that brings it home very well, that 1 million premature deaths could be avoided by 2050 if the world collectively reduced emissions in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. So that's the mitigation action that we normally look at. An integrated approach to tackling air pollution and climate could result in avoiding up to 2.4 million premature deaths annually by 2030. And I think that's a compelling number of why we need to really focus on this. And I did say this morning that air pollution and climate change share the main pollutants, sources and drivers. And while the sources, the exact sources of the short-lived climate pollutants do vary by country, they are linked to only a handful of activities. For black carbon, the primary sources are diesel soot. We heard quite a bit about transport already in this respect, but it's not only transport, it's also diesel generators as backup systems where we don't have sufficiently stable supply of the grid. There is road dust, brake and tire wear, there's trash burning, there's traditional cook stoves, industrial activities such as brick industry, also in this region very important, and agricultural burning. For methane, the primary sources are in agriculture, with paddy rice, with livestock and manure management, from organic waste, but also on the fossil fuel side from production and use, with leakages, venting and flaring. And coal was mentioned a couple of times. It's actually acting on both. If we look at the extraction, we have methane that comes along with that. And if we look at the use, obviously black carbon. So we need to employ dual strategies, a transformation of our energy, transport and food systems in more depth, and deploying those quick fixes as fast as we can. And we heard a lot about energy transition and transport transition as well. We heard about nature-based solutions, which are really cool in helping reducing urban heat island effects and thereby reducing the need for mechanical cooling, but also act on pollution if we choose the species well and the placement well and so on, and adds to recreation in cities. But while we work, this is really well known. I wanted to focus a little more on some of the waste and agriculture points. And while we work towards greater circularity to reduce waste in the first place, we must ban open burning of waste right away. So that's one of those quick fixes, and see how we can actually deal with the problem in a different way. We can roll out biocovers to reduce methane emissions from dump sites right away while we deal with the deeper issues in terms of waste hierarchy. We can act further upstream as well, avoiding organics to become waste in the first place by investing in composting facilities, for example. And here we need the right business models finding an outlet, maybe right in the city, linked to urban farming, which may be an interesting way of doing things. Maybe this, like soldier flies as a source of alternative protein. That's a new and innovative business model that is out there that brings in other private sector players. Food banks to avoid food become waste, as well as efficient cold chains to avoid food loss. So there's a whole range of things that we can look at. We can put agricultural residues rather than burning to a different use, a source. And as we all know, agricultural burning is often a source of the highest smog episodes in cities that share the same airshed. We can find outlets either as material or as energy. And there are a lot of fears what concerns methane reduction in agriculture, what that means for farmers. But one, we are not asking for methane to go down to zero. For agriculture, we look at a 20 to 25% reduction. I think that's really important to say. And that could actually go hand in hand, very much so, with productivity gains. We look at alternative wet and drying in rice farming, which is very much a water saving measure and an adaptation measure to what is happening with climate change. So I think we need to switch the story that we tell. It's not only a problem and a story of problem and restriction, but it's also a story of solutions and opportunity. And not everything will come as a win-win. Let's be clear about that. And where we see stakeholders risking to lose out, we need to address that head on, finding different ways to help them, not stopping the actions from taking place, but helping them in a different way. And how do we get there? How do we get things to scale? Well, we already heard that. There's a lot about policies, and that is important to provide the right goalposts, to trigger also a private sector response. Performance-based standards, for example, leave very much the freedom to the private sector to come up with the best ways of meeting the performance that is required and encourages. We talked about this morning already, the multi-ministerial sort of cooperation that we need, but also the local to central government cooperation. We heard about finance, very much so, and here blended finance or the use of carbon markets is really, really important and a real opportunity to drive things forward. In the CCAC, we have a new technology and economic assessment panel, which will provide information on key technologies with the intent to identify the investment gap as well as the business models to help take things forward. And I think that's another step in trying to close the finance gap going forward. What we've done successfully in the case of methane, or what we are doing successfully in the methane finance sprint, we need to replicate for a clean air finance sprint. How do we mobilize the actors around this? And in the CCAC, in our current phase, so that's 2 years in basically, we have supported countries already in the region with some 7.5 million worth of activities in 10 countries. And our last funding round is still out, which had or is looking at project proposals submitted under transformative action that looks also at really at the solutions. And I think with that, I will stop and we will hear from the countries, their experiences in rolling out the solutions. But I wanted to leave you with the thought, we know what needs to be done. We know where some of the key areas of action are. We have some quick fixes that are relatively low cost, while we need to also focus on the deeper transformations that we do talk about. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll have an exciting panel discussion.
Thank you, Martina, for your important message on the benefits of implementing synergistic solutions to mitigate air quality and climate change. Before we move to the panel discussion, to share how governments can commit to significantly reducing the death toll from air pollution and combat climate change, we will first hear from Maria Neira, Director of Department of Environment, Climate Change and Health of the World Health Organization. Maria will share her message through this video.
Greetings from Geneva, dear organizers, excellencies, dear participants, dear colleagues, people committed to the climate change and health. Let me, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity And I'm really sorry that I cannot be with you to celebrate this better air quality big conference in Manila. As you know, in few weeks from now, at COP28, we will have the first ever Health Day. And of course, what you will be discussing in Manila will be heavily incorporated in our messages to the negotiators at COP28 and to the health community at large globally. We need to make sure that we mitigate the causes of climate change. And by doing so, one of the immediate benefits will be better quality of the air we breathe. We know we have every day more scientific evidence demonstrating how it's impacting the brain of our children, which is dramatic. More scientific evidence how it's impacting as well our more vulnerable population, the elderly. We know as well that it's impacting terribly our economy, and particularly in your countries in Asia. You have to bring this economic argument together with the health argument to convince policymakers that we need to address air quality. We need to make sure that WHO standards on air quality are everywhere in our countries, and our population needs to breathe air with better quality. For that, WHO is very happy to join you. WHO is very committed. As you know, we will have next year the second global conference on air pollution and health. We need to bring solutions, but we need to, more than that, tell everyone that 1 week is unacceptable to breathe the toxic air we are breathing now. We need to promote legislation, measures, multi-sectoral approaches, the transport sector, the energy sector. We all need to advocate for better quality of the air we breathe, to reduce the horrible damage that is doing to our health, to improve our economies, to contribute to the fight against climate change, and to make sure that we will have a better, greener, healthier future. That's why your voice is so important, and the conclusions of your meeting or your conference somehow will be very strongly represented at COP, making sure that the two agendas, climate change and air pollution, are addressed together, recognizing that if we accelerate the transition to clean sources of energy, we have a lot to gain in our health, and the quality of the air we breathe will be completely different. Thank you so much for your effort. Thank you for inviting me, and we remain united.
Thank you, Dr. Maria Neira. Next up is the panel discussion that we mentioned with representatives from the Asian governments who will share the clean air solutions that have worked in their country. I'll invite back on stage Sharanjit Lail. Let's welcome Sharanjit back to the stage. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Stephanie, and great to see you all again. As Stephanie mentioned, it is so crucial to hear the examples of the different countries here in Asia, around the world, the kind of challenges and barriers that they are confronting when it comes to resolving a crisis like air pollution. So let me invite them onto the stage now. You can see their photographs there, but we have many of them, as you can see from our seats here. We have, let's invite Maria Lulwalhati Dorothan Tuseko, the Undersecretary from the Department of Finance here in the Philippines. Yes, Maria, good to see you. Please come on stage. We also have Mr. Chai Jun, the Director of the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei and Surrounding Areas Project Coordination and Supervision Division from the Department of Atmospheric Environment and Ministry of Ecology and Environment of the People's Republic of China. Good to see you, Mr. Chai Jun. We have Dr. Sonu Singh, who's a scientist from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India. Thank you, Dr. Singh. We also have Ms. Lukmi Purvandari, Director of Air Pollution Prevention and Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Good to see you as well, Ms. Lukmi, if you can come on stage. Sending us a video response is Ms. Suvaporn Rungsiyanon, who's the director of the Transboundary Air Pollution Subdivision, Air Quality and Noise Management Division from the Pollution Control Department from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment from Thailand. She could not join us, but we will be seeing her on a video. We also have Mr. Azamat Temirkulov, who's the director of the Climate Finance Center of the Kyrgyz Republic. Good to see you, Azamat. And Mr. Tserenbat Namsrai, the CEO of Erdenes Oyu Tolgoy and former Minister of Environment and Tourism, as well as head of Government Working Group on Air Pollution Reduction of Mongolia. Good to see you, Tserenbat. And finally, we have Engineer Jundi Del Socorro, the Chief Air Quality Management Section from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, again here from the Philippines. Wonderful. Well, a big round of applause for our extraordinary panel. Now, we just have over an hour to look at the big issues that each of their countries are tackling and hear their stories, some of the solutions that they have come up with to tackle this crisis of air pollution. Let me start with you, Undersecretary Tuseko. Tell us about the challenges that are facing the Philippines. Of course, we're all here physically in Manila. We see the air pollution out there. It is very much like many other capital cities here in Southeast Asia, which grapples with the issues. But give us a sense of the challenges the Philippines is facing in securing, vital financing. That's the thing we've been hearing a lot about this morning, financing to mitigate air pollution and climate change.
First of all, I'd like to welcome you, everyone, to the Philippines. I hope you're enjoying your stay here. But to answer your question, I think this is not just a problem of the Philippines, but really it's the lack of centralized database for climate finance or environmental financing. The absence, I apologize for my voice, absence of a centralized database for sustainable product investments and investors result in missed opportunities. And we're trying to address this. We are developing and will be finished with our sustainable taxonomy by end of first quarter, and we're also addressing this in the national determined contribution investment plan. And also 99% of the businesses in the Philippines are micro and small enterprises, and these establishments employ more than half of the workforce. And then we don't have the current fiscal measures to build their capacity, and we're addressing their capacities and then the skills gap. And also we are working on increasing the subsidies and grants for the renewable development, energy efficiency measures and clean technologies. So we're stepping up because we have, as of this moment, we have that in our SIIPP and create in the various incentive laws, but I think we have to step up more.
Excellent. So we'll be hearing about some of the solutions where you are stepping up a little later. Let's move on to China now. And Mr. Chai Jun, director from the Beijing Tianjin Hebei and surrounding areas. Obviously, we heard earlier about the many strides that China has taken, some of the very successful solutions that many of your big cities have implemented to cut down on air pollution. So give us your perspective.
Okay. It's my pleasure to attend the meeting on behalf of ME of China to share our work and experience on air pollution control. As we all know, China has faced many serious challenges in the field of air pollution control in the past decade. So since 2013, the Chinese government has taken a series of strong measures by carrying out policy documents, including the Action Plan of Air Pollution Prevention and Control, and the 3-year Action Plan for Winning the Blue Sky Defense. As a result, the air quality has been significantly improved. In the past 10 years, average concentration of fine particulate matter of China has dropped by 57%, and the number of days with heavy pollution decreased by 92%, especially in the city of Beijing. the concentration of fine particulate matter plummeting from 90 to 30 micrograms per cubic meter, which was praised by the United Nations Environment Program as the Beijing Miracle. Despite of the achievements, objectively speaking, the next step in China's air pollution control is still very challenging. The annual average concentration of fine particulate matter in China is 29 micrograms, which falls far short of the guidance of the WHO air quality guidelines. And heavy pollution weather still occurs in key areas, especially in the Jing-Jin-Ji areas. And the structural issues such as the industrial structure based on heavy industry and the energy structure based on coal still exist. Next, we will continue to take strong measures to promote continuous improvement of air quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Chai-Jun, and good to hear from the China perspective. Next, we have, of course, the perspective from India with Dr. Sonu Singh. We know that Delhi continues to be one of the most polluted cities on Earth, on the planet, but India is making great strides to try to tackle this as well. So give us your perspective.
Good morning. And first of all, I would like to thank organizers for organizing such a conference. And this conference, I hope that it will not only give confidence to other countries that how the solutions are being implemented by other countries that can be implemented in our country as well. And if we talk about Delhi pollution, it is majorly the geographical condition, the inversion layer and meteorological conditions, which lead to high levels of particulate matter. Pollutants are trapped and they don't get the way to disperse. That's the major problem which we foresee. And for this, the contribution is from crop residue burning and vehicular pollution. And we have taken some of the initiatives to control that. Like for crop residue burning, we have given incentives to farmers, and our agricultural institution, they have developed a biodecomposer, which decomposes the crop residue a bit faster and in the field so that they don't burn it and smoke doesn't come over to Delhi and it creates a smog condition there. And for vehicular pollutions, we have taken initiatives like we have leapfrog from Bharat Stage 4 to 6 emission norms for vehicles as well as fuel. The other thing which we have done is that the diesel vehicles, which are more than 10 years old, they are now completely banned in Delhi. And other vehicles which are 15 years or more, they are also completely banned in Delhi so that the air pollution levels are controlled there. Yeah.
Okay, well, good to hear about some of these specific measures and, of course, the effects they are having in trying to improve the air quality in India. We can move on to Ms. Lukmi Purwandari from Indonesia. Give us a perspective of what Indonesia is having to grapple with. Obviously, in Southeast Asia, many of us have had to deal with the haze that comes from a lot of the burning that goes on there. But give us a sense of what's been done to try to tackle some of those big issues that Indonesia faces.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Dear colleagues and esteemed participants, as a representative of the Indonesian government, I am honored to be able to attend this session. Thank you. Indonesia, as a diverse archipelago country, has 70% of its territory covered by sea. Indonesia also has forests covering around 63% of Indonesia's land area, and has a rainy season also. All of this contribute to improve air quality. Air pollution challenges in Indonesia generally occur in the dry season. Yeah, for example, forest and land fires in peatland areas, particularly during El Nino, in the most populated region, which is actually less than 2% of 514 cities in Indonesia. The problem come from increasing the number of vehicle emission in metropolitan and big cities, while public transportation is still limited. And the second, low public awareness to participate in the effort to improve air quality also contributes to exacerbation of air pollution. In the industrial sector, there is still non-compliance of air quality and emission regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, and we hope to hear a little bit more about the solutions that Indonesia is implementing to tackle some of those issues. Next, we hear from Thailand, and as I mentioned, Ms. Sivaporn Rungsi Yanon she can't be with us here today, but she did send a video message. She's recorded her response, so if we could play that video from Thailand, please. Thank you.
สวัสดีค่ะ Good day everyone. I would like to share a remarkable story from Thailand, highlighting our nation's commitment to achieving clean air through innovative approaches to managing agricultural waste. In Thailand, open burning has long been a significant contributor to air pollution and climate pollutants. Recognizing the urgent need for change, we embark on a transformative journey, viewing agricultural waste not as a problem, but as a valuable resource, waiting to be harnessed for the benefit of our environment. Collaborating with different partners, we have successfully redirected our focus from burning agricultural waste to creating useful products that contribute positively to our ecosystem. We have implemented initiatives such as composting, animal feed, and the establishment of biomass power plants. This shift from a linear wasteful approach to a circular, sustainable one. In addition, we have embraced technology as a powerful ally in our mission. We developed an innovative application that allows farmers to request permission for control burns. The decision-making process involves a model simulation and consideration of weather conditions. This thoughtful integration of technology not only empowers farmers, but also ensures that burn approvals are based on a clear understanding of environmental dynamics. Through the collective efforts of farmers, private sectors, government entities, and local communities, Thailand has successfully revolutionized its approach to agricultural waste management. By emphasizing resource utilization and leveraging technology, we have effectively curtailed the practice of open burning, creating a sustainable model that promotes environmental stewardship and supports the well-being of our communities. We are now scaling up these efforts to a larger area in Thailand and, of course, our neighboring countries. Together with determination, collaboration, and innovative thinking, we can pave the way for a cleaner, healthier future for all. Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you, and that was Kun Suvaporn from Thailand with her recorded response. Next, we can go to Mr. Azamat Temrekulov from the Kyrgyz Republic. We know that, again, your cities also face a great deal of air pollution from, obviously, the fact that you have transportation pollution and other effects. So give us a sense of what you're grappling with in the Kyrgyz Republic.
Thank you, Sharonjit. Dear colleagues, I'm very glad to be here and to represent one of the most beautiful, mountainous, and wild nature countries in the world. But unfortunately, I'm also representing one of the dirtiest and air polluted cities on the globe. The capital of the Kyrgyz Republic, Bishkek, is in the top 10 the most polluted cities in the world. The reason for this, first of all, is a roll call. Our heating central station, local heating stations, and households, 70% of the households they heat with roll call. Sometimes the low-income families heat also with waste, and this is a very big problem. The pollution can be seen during the winter in the air with your eyes. You can see PM2.5. Of course, it makes a huge impact on health of the population. Another factor is energy efficiency. Our buildings are not energy efficient. There are a lot of losses of the heat. And something about 5,000 public buildings are not energy efficient. The third factor is, as Shoronjit mentioned, of course, transport. Very old cars, 20 years old and more, are still present on our roads. Traffic is huge, especially in the capital. So all these problems together make life difficult, not only in the capital, but also in other cities of the countries. The situation even worse. The difference is only that in the capital, we have already studied and researched these issues, but in other cities, we still have to make research. This situation is something new for our country. It was not always like this. This is because some part of the population, because of the change of the climate, they moved from mountainous areas to the capital. And they built villages around the capital, and 70% of these households of these villages, they heat with roll call. So that's why the capital is breathing with this polluted air. So that's a problem for my country today. And I see here a lot of high experts and people who are concerned with this problem. So thank you for your attention and thank you for listening of these problems.
Thank you. Thank you, Azamat, and thank you for speaking so candidly about some of the real issues that your country and the capital is facing. We can move on to the Mongolian perspective next with Mr. Serenbat Namsrai. So Serenbat, give us a sense of what is happening in Mongolia right now. What are some of the key challenges it's facing when it comes to air pollution?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for organizers inviting us to sharing our experience and learning from each other. Air pollution is the most important thing what we have been discussed last maybe 20 years, but there wasn't enough action each of stakeholders involved in the sector. But we do have success story in every country. As a Mongolia, I can say that we renewed our national program, reduction of the air pollution in 2017. And we worked hard 2 years promoting and educating the people, citizens of the capital city of Ulaanbaatar. What I'm saying is it's a cost in two ways. First, it's a cost to change the old tradition of heating during harsh winter time. And it's also too much cost to changing their behavior. And I was the head of the national committee. And that committee has a broad members, every government agency involved, also a few NGO involved. tried to promote people how we want to bring the change significantly in 2 years. And it took a lot of effort from international donors, international NGOs, also WHO, ADB. We all put our effort to change Mongolian capital cities air pollution in shorter time. The two programs, the short-term program and long-term program. Short-term program more focused on the education, promoting the bringing new technology, bringing innovation. Longer-term program focusing on the more hard infrastructure to build the heating system, to build more apartments. These are things we have done. But still, very difficult thing is the keeping the consistency of the quality of work, keeping the better result in longer term. That is the most difficult thing, I think, everywhere. But we're trying to improve, but also a lot of things need to do. But the still root of the air pollution in Mongolia is based on the 80% of the household heating stove, and 10% is the public vehicles. Most of the public vehicles we import from other countries, it's second hand. So it's very difficult to change their engine to gas, to less CO emission. But still there are some companies created new tools to solve that problem. These are things brought us significant difference in winter 2020. But also we worked with kids, secondary school kids, high grade. They tried help us to change that all traditional heating system. They promote their parents. They promote the indoor, outdoor air quality first. These are things helped us to change the bad air quality to better one. Thank you.
Thank you, Saranbat. Good to hear from the perspective of Mongolia. And finally, we can circle back to the Philippines again with Engineer Dundi del Socorro. You are specifically within the air quality management section, so you are seeing on the ground the kind of solutions that are making an impact. So perhaps you can address some of those.
Well, one of the most significant solutions or aspects in the Philippines are in terms of policy. So since 2000, when the Philippine Clean Air Act was implemented, we have this implementing rules and regulation, its framework, and its action plans. So we share success and also challenges in coming up with different solutions. And in the action plans, there are specific provisions on improving the fuel quality, the air quality, and establishing methods and standards for both ambient and emissions. Like for example, we have a long way from Euro 1, Euro 2, and right now we're on the Euro 4 for type approval emission standards for motor vehicles, and right now we're aiming towards Euro 5 or higher. And also with the enactment of the electric vehicle law, so there is also a clear road map towards electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, and also the promotion of low carbon and non-motorized means of transport. In terms of technology, also since the enactment of the Clean Air Act, we have established reference and adopted equivalent methods in both emissions and ambient air quality. And right now, for industrial monitoring, we have monitored from 26 to 30,000 of air pollution source installations from the industrial sector. And in order to monitor and regulate all this industrial sector, we have online mechanism for permitting and self-monitoring. And also in the policy, there's also the finance mechanism. We've established the air quality management fund to fund the airsheds in the Philippines, because Philippines is quite challenging in terms of its geography, because of we have 7,641 islands, depending if it's low tide and high tide, and it demands transport, energy, and plus we have this increasing population. So in one of the strategies in terms of financing the Air Quality Management Fund is establishing the airsheds for smaller areas with common source air pollution, and coming up with a compliance plan in addressing this one. And of course, governance. It's very important that if you have policy, you have enforcement. And we've established this adjudication for violators of both for industrial and motor vehicle violations in the Philippines. And lastly, the partnership. So there's a lot of challenges in those sectors that I've mentioned. And truly, the different partnership from non-government agencies, from private agencies, has helped us in addressing challenges we've encountered. One example is the increasing of air quality monitoring stations. Remember, we have 7,600 islands, and we only have 137 right now air quality monitoring stations. 118 are managed by the government, but through partnership, we have additional air quality monitoring station that is funded by the private agencies. So that's for Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Jundi. Now, we've heard from all of you, and what a very wide perspective, but again, we are hearing similar themes coming across in many of your capital cities who are really struggling with the issue of air quality. And of course, some of the solutions mentioned are some of the quick fixes that we heard Martina speak about earlier. You know, banning the burning of waste, for instance, is a quick fix, and banning older diesel engines, well, is another. So these things are being done. They're having a huge impact. But of course, funding is a huge issue still. We heard earlier about how only 1% of development aid goes to dealing with air pollution problems. And there's funding elsewhere as well. Many, many developing countries struggle with access to funding and to access to capital. So that goes on to your next question, Maria. You know, how could financing be made more accessible to countries like here in the Philippines? And what improvements do you think are really needed to try to attract some of that crucial funding?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Really, financing air quality programs as well as climate action could be more accessible if we strengthen the capacities of the institutions to become accredited or better prepared in managing international climate funds or international environmental funds. We have to address the readiness of projects to satisfy the funding sources requirements and the preparation of projects that will be bankable. Investing in capacity building of institutions, including subnational units, including local government units, could be very helpful. It is critical that climate considerations, environmental considerations are also well integrated into the plans and implementations of the public sector projects. Hence, on the part of the economic team, we have designed a sustainable finance framework roadmap to provide the enabling environment for the financial sector to mobilize and promote sustainable investments, financial inclusion, and green financing through our central monetary bank, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and financial regulatory agencies like Securities and Exchange Commissions and Insurance Commission. We are also designing innovative financing mechanisms, such as the issuance of sustainability bonds. And at this point, probably, we have a pet project at the Department of Finance. We'd like to showcase that we are a problem solving, that, the Philippines is not just, a victim of climate change. We are proud to share that climate adaptation fund called People's Survival Fund, which is a domestic fund aimed to boost the climate resilience of local communities through nature-based solutions, has recently marked a milestone moment in its 11-year history with the approval of over 539 million pesos worth of adaptation projects, with this, the utilization rate of the PSF is now at 89%, with 11% remaining of initial funding. So we are ready to have this replenished. And also, we are also working on the operationalization of a framework wherein the fund would receive endowments, grants, and other donations from private, local, private, and international partners.
Awesome. Many like the ADB, one hopes. My follow-up question is something that some of you had addressed a little earlier, and particularly you, Taijun. I mean, you talked about how the level of pollutants, the specific pollutants that you measure went down by 57%, which is a staggering number in China. So give us a sense of the kind of solutions that China had put into place that really brought down the amount of pollution. We've heard about all of the different enablers that can achieve that, and that's nature-based solutions, electrifying your transportation fleet, having political will and governance is crucial as well. But what is your sense of what you think was the one solution that really made an impact?
Thank you. The achievement in improving air quality in China has mainly attributed to the following measures. Firstly, and the most importantly, adjust and optimize the energy structure. We have accelerated the development of clean energy. Now, the installed capacity of hydropower, photovoltaic, and wind power in China has all ranked first in the world. Meanwhile, over 37 million households in rural areas switched from coal-dominated heating and cooking to clean energy, which benefiting 100 million rural residents who suffered heavy indoor air pollution in winter. And more than 400,000 coal-fired boilers was shut down, resulting in a cumulative reduction of nearly 400 million tons of coal consumption. Secondly, optimize the industrial structure. We phased out 300 million tons of outdated iron and steel production capacity and 400 million tons of cement production capacity to solve overcapacity issues. 370 million tons of steel production capacity and 1 billion kilowatts of coal-fired units have completed the ultra-low emission transformation. Thirdly, we optimized the transportation structure. 30 million outdated vehicles with low emission standard were phased out, and the population of electrical vehicles has exceeded 13 million, ranking the first in the world. Meanwhile, we have also changed freight transport from roadway to railway and waterway. The railway freight volume has been continuously increasing in six years. Due to the combined effect of the above measures, China has not only achieved significant improvement in air quality, but also synergistically reduced the carbon emission over 1 billion tons. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that is quite an achievement. 1 billion tons of carbon taken out of the air, and phasing out coal power as well, which is a very cheap form of power, but also a very polluting form of power. moving on to India now, it is interesting to hear the solutions that you mentioned earlier, Dr. Singh, but give us a sense of the kind of, big issues that a country as large as yours is grappling with. And what is the one or two key solutions do you think will really fundamentally work in taking down and reducing air pollution?
Yeah, like in India, we have launched a scheme on National Clean Air Program in 2019. In that scheme, we have identified 131 cities which are non-attaining cities, non-attaining to ambient air quality standards. And every city or every area has its own specific problem. So solution cannot be uniform solution. So we have involved the stakeholders, the state governments for preparing action plan for those cities. And so that the sources and the key actions are identified and we focus on those actions to control the pollution in those cities. And those schemes are funded by central government through state pollution control boards. And under those schemes, there are majorly to control the dust pollution and switching the industries to the cleaner fuel like PNG or CNG. And likewise, those actions, based on those implementations of those action plan, the cities are incentivized so that the pollution is controlled in those areas.
Thank you. So incentives to enable change and change in behavior is really crucial to really drive the policy down to even the local, even the tiniest villages are making a difference, essentially, is what you're saying. Let's move on to Indonesia now. Ms. Lukmi, you mentioned earlier the various initiatives that Indonesia is taking. So give us a sense of the really effective ones that are really making an impact when it comes to reducing air pollution.
Yes, thank you, Madam. The fact so that a lot of air pollution problems are caused by human activities. So increasing in knowledge will elevate everyone's cultural awareness for actively engage in emission reduction. I want to talk about the solution solution about the air pollution challenges faced in Indonesia. There have several interventions. The first, regulation and policies. Since 2021, regarding policies and regulation have done tightening ambient air quality standard, also vehicle and industrial emission standard. Industrial activities that produce emission are required to have air pollution control and have an emission disposal permit from the government. And also report emissions submitted electronically by simple application and Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And then 10 sector industry are required to carry out continuous real-time emission monitoring that is integrated with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry SISPEC system as part of supervision. And the second, we have the program. Regarding program, there is the Blue Sky program, which encourages all local government to improve air quality, including through regional regulation, monitoring ambient air quality, involvement of regional stakeholders, publication and innovation. Evaluation and ranking of the Blue Sky program is carried out using the Regional Performance Response Index in the Blue Sky program, which is carried out every year. To encourage industry to control air pollution from emission it produces, law enforcement mechanism and the proper program are implemented, namely assessing company in environment performance rankings. The forestry and other land use
I call Lunetsing 2030 program as an effort to reduce greenhouse gas emission from the forestry and land sectors. This program is aimed at encouraging the government and communities to forest and balance emission reduction and increasing economic value. I want to talk about integrated reduce greenhouse gas and really agree with the effort to reduce greenhouse gases, which is prime importance due to its global impacts. Therefore, this also becomes the responsibility of all countries in this planet. As the majority of the greenhouse gas sources are generally the same as that of air pollution, this also will synergize both climate change mitigation and air pollution reduction to become an integrated approach. Indonesia already promote and regulate electric vehicle for private and priorities its used for public transportation. The most recent innovation in renewable energy is the application of floating solar power plant to supply main electricity grid with a capacity of 145 megawatt located in the Cirata Reservoir, West Java. The operation of this floating solar power plant is a zero-emission activity, which is one of Indonesia's steps in realizing the use of renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lakshmi. Good to hear. And again, a lot of solutions being put in place in Indonesia. Again, another very, very large country, the largest economy in Southeast Asia. Moving on to Mr. Azamat, it's really interesting. You talked a bit about the solutions earlier, but you also talked about the huge, huge issues and challenges facing the Kyrgyz Republic. And what we've heard earlier from Thailand and other places, obviously China, is some of the technological solutions that exist. Mr. Chaijun talked about, obviously, photovoltaic cells, solar panels, the many, many things that China has put into place that really, really helped in terms of technology. We heard from Khun Sivaporn about using biomass power plants, empowering farmers by using agricultural waste as a valuable resource. I mean, these are really quite innovative ideas. And I'm just wondering, to what extent has your country used some of these innovative solutions, and what are you seeing in terms of the kind of impact they've made?
Thank you, Shamjit. So as I said, this problem is something new for the country. First of all, of course, we have to establish a very good monitoring system. So that's what we're doing now. We're establishing automatic meteor stations, manual monitoring stations, but also sensors. For example, for the capital, we have one automatic station. Very soon we'll have 6 more. So we have already many sensors in the capital. By the way, 50 sensors were helped by ADB. Using this occasion, I would like to thank ADB for this help. And we have a plan. As we know, factors that are polluting the air are very often similar to the factors that emit GHG. So therefore, we have this NDC action plan, some actions of these which are very relevant to the clean air. For example, in the energy sector, we are going to develop new hydroelectricity plants, also solar energy and wind energy. So that's what we are going to do next 9 years until 2030. Oh, sorry, it's already 7 years. So for the energy, all these activities focused on the shift from the raw coal to the renewables. And according to our estimations, we need for this part something approximately to $6 million. We have two on our own, and the government now already investing in building of new electric hydro stations. On transport, we are shifting from the old public buses, which are working on the fuel, to new electric buses. Government bought already approximately 100 buses. So very soon we will have more buses, also, by the way, with the support of the ADB, which is going to bring 120 buses to our capital. And again, thank you for the support. So that's what we are doing in these two areas, energy and transport. We also got this Clean Air Action Plan, which was again developed recently by the ADB. And now we are on the consideration of this document. So very soon, when the government will adopt it, I think we will take care on implementation of these actions. But as I said, this problem is something new for us. We are right in the beginning of this huge job, and I hope we'll succeed very soon, because this problem is hurting the health of our people every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Azmat. Yeah, it's well said, indeed. I think many within the ADB can give yourselves a round of applause, because obviously it's expertise that is crucially needed in many, many countries around the world, particularly developing countries, who are struggling to find the kind of expertise, the kind of knowledge that really is required when putting in place these huge programs and also infrastructure programs as well. So really interesting to hear your perspective there. Let's move to Mr. Serenbat in Mongolia. Do you have a similar story in terms of the kind of solutions that have made great impact for you? And again, another thing that I've been hearing a lot is access to funding. It's really crucial. Access to expertise, access to capital. These are all things that many developing countries grapple with. So give us the sense from what you're seeing in Mongolia.
There are a few solutions brought us better air quality. And first one is we banned the raw coal for household heating. And also we implemented the electricity night tariff, zero tariff. And we installed the filtration, all the boilers and all the small and medium heating and power plant. And the most important thing, we started green loan policy. This green loan will help the households, small and medium companies try to change their traditional heating boiler to new one, electric and gas one. And another thing is to implement this green loan. The household can borrow money to upgrade their energy efficiency. That will give us to less usage of the coal to our power plant. These are things give us significant change to have a better air quality. And also a lot of private banks brought funding from overseas to participate green loan. That green loan meaning was the government subsidized half of the market interest rate, and then the commercial banks are able to provide more funds to participate this reduction of the air pollution. This is what we achieved to lot of solutions. And bringing the better air quality is not a fault of the single organization, institutions, or government agencies. It's a full support of the population of the city, population of the country.
No, thank you. So green loans being a real crucial, innovative financing solution that Mongolia has looked at in trying to achieve some of those the crucial funding required for the big changes that you're making. Going back to the Philippines, Jundi, you talked about, and again, I'm hearing a lot about how air quality monitors are really crucial. They've played a very important role in managing the problem. But here we are talking about solutions again. So beyond managing it, what is the one or two key solutions you've seen that are really making a big difference when it comes to the issue of air pollution in the Philippines?
Well, one of the synergistic solutions that we visited in the Philippines is updating our clean air, or our 2-decade clean air action plan. Again, it includes 7 components and 47 subcomponents, mainly dealing with from mobile source of air pollution, stationary source, air sources, the fuel, the ambient air quality, the institutional development. Especially that in the Philippines, dominant source of air pollution are from the transport sector, again, based on our profile and the demand for transport and the increasing population and also increasing highly urbanized centers. From improving the emission standards of the motor vehicles, also to coming up from policies on low carbon transport and electric vehicles, and also in the field of urban planning, especially that we have a lot of cities, I mean 140 plus cities in all of these centers. We don't want the demand for development mainly focused on the capital, which is Metro Manila. We want everything as equivalent opportunity in different urbanized cities. So if there's equal urban planning, and we've improved this urban planning, and we have included this one in the recent updating of the action plan, then we believe that we can solve the problem, especially in concentrated cities in Metro Manila, such as NCR. In terms of the industrial sector or stationary sources, we tried to develop, we established the online systems, and especially the large sources of air pollution from the 34 coal-fired power plants, 15 cement plants, and 11 large plants emitting more than 70 tons per year of regulated air pollutants. We have established this online data center wherein the 16 regional offices of the government will monitor the exceedance of these industrial sectors and automatically send them a show cause order, and if they cannot prove themselves in the adjudication, then they will be issued notice of violation. But again, other than policing them, we also try to include market-based instruments such as incentives, so in providing lesser fees and fines in for industrial sectors that has this commitment for efficient air pollution sources and cleaner fuels, and also partnership again. So these are solutions that we also include in the action plans that I think the private sector would help us in improving our different strategies in our action plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jundi. Now, thank you once again. We've only got about 10 minutes or so left to our session. Again, we're hearing very different perspectives, but there are similar themes coming across from many of you. The solutions that are required are really integral. They involve things like government policy, regulation, changing behaviors. These are fundamental, as well as all that, the technological toolkit that's required to fix the issue of air pollution. But I want to get to a final thought, and this is just a very quick fire round to all of you. If you had a choice of all the solutions, what is the one key priority, do you think, that will really, really make the biggest impact? The one thing that will make the biggest impact for your country, what would it be? And I'm going to start with you, Maria. I don't want to put you on the spot, but just the one thing, and literally it's just one word answer, if I could have it from you. What would it be? What's the one thing that would fix for you when it comes to solving the issue here in the Philippines?
Collaboration. The word is collaboration between the public, private, domestic, local. We need to come together. We need to collaborate.
Okay, that's a great message. Mr. Chai-jun.
As I mentioned earlier, major measures to adjust the energy structure, such as developing new energy, promoting clean heating, and phasing out coal-fired boilers are very important to improve China's air quality and the areas that we need to focus on the most in the future.
Okay, so some of the key issues that have really helped China. Thank you. Dr. Singh, what does India need as a key priority?
Well, I think we have a couple of minutes, and I also wanted to highlight one thing. We have also taken an initiative for public protection. So we have introduced GRAP, Graded Response Action Plan, wherein if the pollution level increases to a certain level, some of the activities like primary schools and other things are restricted. And outdoor activities are advised to be restricted so that the exposure to pollution is protected. And the thing which I feel personally is that now public at large is aware, they are conscious, but action is lacking. That's the thing which I wanted to highlight.
Okay, so taking action, changing behaviors. Ms. Lukmi.
Yes, thank you. The most priority solution to significantly reduce air pollution is awareness and change in behavior of people with an environmentally friendly culture, which carried out continuously, always creative and innovative in action, carried out by all parties, collaboration, and finally, law enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, a number of key priorities. Mr. Azamat?
I would add to this, to what was already said, the word knowledge. In Kyrgyzstan, we have 1.5 million households that we have to shift from raw coal to renewables. And for all this, we need knowledge. We have in Kyrgyzstan readiness to work on this. We have a government's will, political will, but we need expertise. We need knowledge, and we are ready to learn from other experiences, from the countries who have already made this path, such as Mongolia, for example. I know that this is a good example, and we are ready to learn, we are ready to bring the experience of other countries, such as Mongolia, to our case and to try to solve our own problems with your help, with the help of all sitting here experts. And I hope that all together we'll solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azamat. Very well said. Absolutely. Knowledge is crucial. Mr. Serenbat.
I would create more bigger education program with health organizations. Why I'm saying is that now we are talking about existing current problem to solve in short time. But the result of this air pollution is the health problem. Instead of investing later, buying the nice high quality medicine treatment, we should invest at first. That's why the whole people, we need to change our mindset from now. We're talking about air pollution, we are talking about our future health. And all the medical insurance companies should participate in that program to prevent the cost of the future through the lot of actions putting into reducing the air pollution.
Thank you, Mr. Serenbat. That's good. Changing behaviors, the need for knowledge again. acknowledging the fact that we all are impacted by bad air pollution. It is really not just for our planet, but it's for the future generations as well. Finally, Jundi, your perspective of the one key priority.
Well, for us and for me, in our institution, I think the one key priority or keyword as a solution for the Philippines is adaptation, or adaptation to change. Now that we are in the momentum of updating our action plan, adaptation to cleaner modes of sustainable transport, to adaptation from shifting from reliance from the use of fossil fuel, and adaptation to stricter ambient air quality standards, stricter motor vehicle standards. So I think that's one word that included in our solutions. Thank you.
That's a great word, adaptation. So you've heard it from all our panelists. A big round of applause to all of them. So good to hear all of your perspectives, the different challenges and struggles each of your countries are facing, but again, the many solutions that you're implementing to try to find a pathway out of the problems that you face. We just have a final few minutes, and this is where I want to throw it back to, of course, Martina Otto from the Climate and Clean Air Coalition to wrap up some of the key messages you've heard. Martina.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And a congratulations to an amazing panel. Thank you. And I think we had a great mix already represented here, the importance of having ministries of environment with air pollution, climate responsibilities, and finance being on the panel. So I think that was really important. I have 4 words. Policy finance is really critical to move the needle. Partnership in the way we do it, and people, both in terms of being people-centered, but also bringing them on board. And I think we had a very, very strong message. It can be done, from the Beijing Miracle to the many examples on the panel. But we heard as well that there's significant challenges still left. And while each country is very different with its different context, we heard a number of key priority areas that came back again and again. And I think there's a lot in terms of sharing how we can do things here as well. What I heard is on the policy side, it all starts with an action plan that needs to be adapted, changed over time, updated. But it really is the keystone, basically, to action, because it helps prioritize the key sectors where to tackle things. I heard quite a bit about the energy being really at the heart of things, and obviously that trickles then into transport sector, it trickles to the homes. We heard cooking, heating, and so on with the shifts there. We heard quite a bit about agriculture as well, with the crop burning, but then also some of the natural sources with the forest fires and peatlands. And I thought that was interesting as well to keep in mind. And so here performance standards come in quite a bit as well. I heard a strong call for flipping the script. We heard that from Thailand as well, to turn around things and look at useful product use, linear to circular economy, and so on. So that takes us a little further. There was quite a bit coming back also, the downstream to upstream. So this tension that we have, we heard about raw coal use, and obviously with a ban on that, but also how to move to different heating. But then taking it even further upstream, how to build different buildings, more energy efficient buildings, that we don't have to have as much heating demand either. There was something about the short term and the long term. I guess that's a different iteration of the same sort of thing. We heard it starts with education and innovation. The longer term is the heavier infrastructure investments that need to be done. I guess the other example on the upstream, downstream was the vehicle performance. So really ratcheting up to the next standards, while we then look also at more public transport, better offers, e-buses, non-motorized transport, but all the way to city planning. So I think there's always a stepwise thing that takes us into heavier sort of areas as well. I heard a call for But policy alone doesn't suffice. It's about governance as well. Enforcement is absolutely critical in this. And here, the air quality monitoring stations are really important as well, not only to help identify where the sources are and to prioritize, but also if it comes down to looking at how effective the measures are. And this is part of an MRV system. And the more we look at impact financing to be mobilized for these actions, the more this becomes really important as well. Here, IT was a key one, and the integrated inventories here as well. And that, I think, ties us nicely back to the session before, where we had the call from the World Economic Forum as well, the private sector doing some of that on their own. And the last bit is really on the finance. And I thought that was very, very interesting that we started off on the finance with fiscal measures, incentives, but looking at finance at home. So there is, I think that's a really important thought to be held. Then there were some interesting examples of funds, different funds, the adaptation fund on the one side, the air quality management fund on the other, linking that back to the air sheds. I thought that was very, very interesting, that we not only have an action plan on the policy side for air pollution, but we also have a finance roadmap. So that was really interesting. And how do we bring those two together? I think that would be, I mean, that's a task for the cabinet table, but I think is really interesting to move the needle. We talked about the green loans, longer term loans with lower interests to help get the money in. We heard about the importance of the NDCs. The more we want to tap into climate finance, the more things have to be anchored in the NDCs. Doesn't stop us from taking action and doing policies. You don't need an NDC for doing that, but you need an NDC to actually anchor it in the climate finance. And that's pretty cool. And the last bit is really the capacity support to tap into some of the international funding as well, and creating a bankable, a pipeline of bankable projects, and really help move the needle here. And I thought, well, with that, I think I've done a quick tour, not full justice to everything that was said, but it was amazing. And I think really holding the thought again, policy, finance, and how we combine that to have greater cooperation here, partnership and people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Martina Otto. So wonderfully summarized. And I hope all of you took a lot of that with you as well as you now go out to lunch, which is what I'm about to announce. Should I do it? Great. Okay, we stand between you and lunch. Go and chew over all of those things that we've just talked about, because there's so much to discuss over the next 3 days here at the Better Air Quality Conference. Please do remember that lunch will be served at the executive dining room on the second floor, and do be back to join the breakout sessions at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, for all speakers, participants free to go, please feel free to visit the exhibition. For all speakers who spoke this morning and panelists, please stay on the stage. We're going to take a quick photo of everyone. So speakers from the first session, please come to the stage. Everyone else, please enjoy your lunch. If you find that the queue is too long, you can visit the exhibition, which is on the right when you exit the hall. Thank you. Heather, Mark, if you're here.
Can we all get in? You too.
Oh, I'll just stand. No, please you stand. I'll just be at the side.
I think that's too
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to bring with you all your belongings. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to bring with you all your belongings. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please vacate the auditorium as we will be setting up for the next sessions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please vacate the auditorium as we are about to set up for the next session. Thank you.